In the not-so-distant future, the city of Xiangqing shimmered like a techie mirage under the neon glow of its towering skyscrapers. Drones zipped through the air, delivering everything from takeout to the latest gadgets, while citizens ambled along the streets with augmented reality glasses that transformed their mundane world into a data-fueled playground. Each step, each glance, was meticulously monitored by the all-seeing eyes of the Data Bureau. Privacy was as outdated as flip phones, and free will felt like a relic from a time long forgotten. Enter Lu Wei, a data engineer with an affinity for trouble and a talent for coding that bordered on the supernatural. He was the kind of guy who could hack into a coffee machine to brew the perfect cup while simultaneously avoiding a conversation with his overly enthusiastic AI assistant, Xiao AI, whose chipper voice could grate on even the most optimistic soul. It was a typical morning in Xiangqing when Lu, still groggy and wrestling with his dreams of running a cafe on a beach, stumbled into the small kitchen of his cluttered apartment. His feet found the scattered remains of last night's snacks as he reached for his coffee cup, a beloved relic from his university days, emblazoned with the motto, "Code, Coffee, Conquer." "Good morning, Lu Wei," chirped Xiao AI, the moment he lifted the cup to his lips. "Today's data trends suggest an increase in productivity linked to caffeine intake. Would you like me to sync with the city's health protocols and optimize your dosage?" Lu choked on his first sip, spraying coffee across the countertop. "No. Just let me drink my coffee in peace." "Understood. I'll recalibrate my parameters for optimum personal enjoyment," Xiao AI replied, blissfully oblivious to the chaos she had just caused. With a groan, Lu took a seat at his desk, which resembled a tech junkyard more than a workspace. Monitors flickered to life, and code lined the screens like an intricate tapestry. He logged into his daily tasks, each one more mundane than the last. But Lu was anything but average. He thrived on the thrill of the unexpected. Then, with a click of his keyboard, he fell down a rabbit hole, a web of data that he had never meant to access. As he navigated through layers of code, something caught his eye, a glaring vulnerability within the city's core data stream. "Whoa," Lu muttered, squinting at the screen. "This shouldn't be here." Before he could think it through, he typed a command that allowed him to enter the citywide announcement system. "Let's see what happens if I..." His voice trailed off as a mischievous grin spread across his face. In a matter of moments, the entire city was greeted by the dulcet tones of Lu's rendition of a popular pop song, one that he sang poorly, with exaggerated flair. "If you liked it, then you shoulda put a ring on it. If you liked it, then you shoulda..." Suddenly, the entire city's AR glasses flickered to life, and his face appeared on every screen, singing like a man possessed. Citizens stopped in their tracks, eyes wide with disbelief. "Who the heck is this guy?" shouted a passerby, glancing at his companion. Laughter erupted as Lu continued, blissfully unaware of the chaos he had just ignited. Within moments, alarms blared through the streets, and a panicked voice announced, "Unauthorized access detected. All units, converge on Sector 7. Oh," Lu mumbled, his heart racing. "I think I just broke something." As he bolted out of his apartment, Lu could hear the whir of drones and the thud of footsteps behind him. The data police were not known for their sense of humor. "This is not how I pictured my day going," he panted, dodging around startled pedestrians who gawked at the spectacle of a man being chased by drones. His escape led him into a nearby alley, where he stumbled upon an underground network of rebels, people who had long since tired of living under the oppressive thumb of the Data Bureau. "What's the situation?" a gruff voice called out. Lu looked up to see Zhang Mei, a fierce and clever leader with a reputation for outsmarting the system. She stood surrounded by a group of eclectic individuals, each sporting mismatched attire that screamed rebellion. I didn't mean to. Lu stammered, trying to catch his breath. Didn't mean to what? She asked, arms crossed, eyebrow raised. Get caught? Or sing like a cat in a blender? Both. Lu admitted, collapsing against the wall. Welcome to the club, Zhang Mei said with a smirk. We're just trying to take back our lives, and you might have just given us the distraction we needed. As the group helped him to his feet, Lu quickly realized that this was more than just an accidental blunder, it was an opportunity. He explained what he had discovered in the data stream, and the atmosphere shifted from skepticism to intrigue. This is big, Zhang Mei said, her eyes sparkling with possibility. If we can exploit that vulnerability, we might just disrupt the entire system. What's the plan? Lu asked, the adrenaline of the chase still coursing through his veins. Zhang Mei grinned, and the room buzzed with energy. First, we need to gather our resources and recruit more allies. The Data Bureau won't take kindly to us breaking their little toy. As they strategized, Lu felt a surge of camaraderie with the rebels. He realized he had stumbled into something bigger than himself, an opportunity to reclaim the freedom that had been stripped away from everyone in Xiangcheng, and thus began Lu's journey, from the unassuming data engineer to a key player in the rebellion against the oppressive regime. Together with Zhang Mei and her motley crew, they would attempt to dismantle the heart of the city's surveillance system, one laughable misstep at a time. With newfound determination, Lu grinned at his new allies. Let's get to work. But first, can we agree on one thing? What's that? Zhang Mei asked, curiosity piqued. More coffee. We're going to need it. Lu Wei's declaration hung in the air, and the group erupted into laughter, the tension of their situation briefly forgotten. Fueled by a shared sense of purpose, and a sudden craving for caffeine, they got to work on their plan. Zhang Mei led the charge, distributing tasks among her crew, each member falling into their roles like pieces of a puzzle. Lu was tasked with refining the data vulnerability he'd stumbled upon. He set up his laptop at a makeshift table strewn with wires and old tech parts, the glow of the screen illuminating the eager faces around him. Okay, everyone, listen up. Zhang Mei said, her voice slicing through the chatter. Lu has discovered a backdoor into the city's monitoring system. We can use it to mask our activities while we launch the main assault on the control core. But we need to be quick and stealthy. The data police are always on high alert, and they'll be looking for any signs of rebellion. Lu, heart pounding with excitement, began typing furiously. His fingers flew over the keyboard, his mind racing as he drafted a program that would obscure their data signatures. As he worked, he felt the camaraderie of the group around him, each one adding their own expertise, from hardware modifications to strategic planning. Do you really think we can pull this off? One of the rebels, a wiry young man with wild hair named Qin, asked, peering over Lu's shoulder. I mean, I've heard stories, but actually taking down the control core? It sounds crazy. Lu paused, glancing at Qin. Maybe crazy is what we need. The Bureau's been running unchecked for too long. If we don't try, we'll never know what's possible. Qin nodded, albeit hesitantly, while Zhang Mei gave Lu an approving smile. That's the spirit. Just remember, if anything goes wrong, we're all in this together. Hours passed in a blur of code and collaboration. Laughter punctuated the air as they bounced ideas off each other. Lu couldn't help but admire Zhang Mei's leadership style. She was direct, but her wit kept everyone motivated, even in the face of overwhelming odds. Okay, here's the plan, Zhang Mei announced as night fell, the glow of their makeshift lab casting long shadows on the walls. We'll execute the first phase tonight. Lou, you'll upload the program into the monitoring system while the rest of us create a distraction at the central plaza. We need the data police focused on us so you can slip in unnoticed. Distraction? I can do that, Lou said, a sly smile creeping across his face. I could sing again. Zhang Mei laughed. I don't think we need a repeat of that. Let's stick to something less musical. How about a light show? We can hack into the city's advertising screens and create a visual chaos. Lou nodded, excited by the idea. That could work. I'll set up the uploads to time with your distraction. As the group finalized the plan, Lou felt a rush of adrenaline coursing through him. It was no longer just about escaping surveillance, it was about reclaiming their lives, their freedom. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he was part of something significant. The night grew darker, and the city began to hum with energy, the buzz of drones overhead matching the beat of Lou's heart. They moved through the winding alleyways toward the central plaza, each member of the team focused and determined. The air crackled with anticipation, a palpable excitement that mingled with the anxiety of what lay ahead. When they reached the plaza, the scene was set. Giant screens illuminated the square, showing advertisements that flickered and danced in rhythm with the upbeat music of the city. Zhang Mei turned to the group, her voice steady. Once I give the signal, we'll execute the distraction. Lou, you'll have exactly 5 minutes before the data police catch on. Got it, Lou replied, fingers itching to dive back into code 3, 2, 1. Zhang Mei counted down, and on 0, the plaza erupted into chaos. Lou watched in awe as Zhang Mei and the others began executing their plan. They hacked into the city's central advertising system, and instead of the usual mindless ads, vivid colors and whimsical animations filled the screens. Images of dancing robots, cartoon animals, and meme-worthy visuals splashed across the giant displays. The effect was immediate. People in the plaza stopped, their heads tilting up in confusion, then delight. Laughter erupted as the crowd began to gather, drawn to the spectacle. Lou felt a rush of hope. If this could capture their attention, perhaps they could wake the citizens up from their data-induced stupor. Now, Lou! Zhang Mei shouted, her voice barely audible over the din. With a deep breath, Lou turned back to his laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard. He initiated the upload of his program into the city's core system, heart pounding as he watched the progress bar inch forward. The distraction worked. The data police were scrambling, trying to comprehend the bizarre turn of events unfolding before them. Lou's palms grew sweaty as he glanced at the chaos outside. Drones swirled overhead, their lights flashing in a frenzy. The citizens, energized by the unexpected fun, started to cheer, and for a moment, it felt like a festival, a brief escape from their mundane lives, but the joy was short-lived. Lou's heart sank as he noticed a group of data police moving toward him, suspicion etched on their faces. He had to finish this. Come on, he muttered under his breath, sweat beading on his forehead as he willed the program to complete its upload. The seconds stretched painfully, each one feeling like an eternity. Finally, with a triumphant beep, the upload completed. Yes! Lou exclaimed, the sound barely rising above the noise outside. Lou! We need to go! Zhang Mei shouted, urgency in her voice as she beckoned him to join the group. Lou ripped his eyes away from the screen, adrenaline surging as he sprinted toward the exit, heart racing. The sight of the data police closing in fueled his legs, and he dashed through the narrow alleyways, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind him. They regrouped in a hidden nook, breathless and wide-eyed. Did it work? Zhang Mei asked, her voice a mix of hope and fear. Lu nodded, feeling a grin split his face. It's done. We've disrupted their data flow. We're one step closer to taking back control. Cheers erupted among the group, the weight of their fear momentarily lifted. But they knew this was just the beginning. Now what? Qin asked, excitement palpable in his voice. We regroup and prepare for the next phase, Zhang Mei said, her expression serious. This was just a taste. We need to plan our assault on the control core itself, and it won't be easy. The Data Bureau will retaliate. Lu's heart sank at the thought. They'll come after us hard. But we have the element of surprise, Zhang Mei replied, determination flickering in her eyes. And we have something they don't, hope. People are waking up. If we keep pushing, we can turn this city around. As the night deepened, the group shared plans, their laughter and determination blending into a singular purpose. They were no longer just a collection of individuals, they were a team, ready to take on the might of the Data Bureau. Days turned into weeks as Lu, Zhang Mei, and the rebels worked tirelessly, honing their plan. The city buzzed with whispers of rebellion, and for the first time in years, the citizens of Xiangqing felt the stirrings of hope. Lu's discovery had lit a spark, and the fire of change was beginning to spread. On the day of the planned assault on the control core, a tension hung thick in the air. The group gathered in their makeshift headquarters, their faces lit by the glow of screens filled with maps and schematics. This is it, Zhang Mei said, surveying the room. Once we breach the control core, we'll access the mainframe and broadcast the truth to the entire city. We can't let fear hold us back. We need to show everyone what's really going on. Lu nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He had never imagined himself in a role like this, but the conviction in Zhang Mei's voice fueled his determination. As they moved toward the heart of the city, Lu felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. The streets were quieter than usual, an eerie calm before the storm. The time had come to face the system that had imprisoned them for so long. With each step, he could feel the energy of the city around him. People were peeking from their windows, curious about the unusual silence. He could sense the anticipation building, a collective breath held in the hearts of the citizens. When they finally reached the control core, a towering edifice of steel and glass that loomed above them like a fortress, Lu took a moment to collect himself. The building was heavily guarded, but they had devised a plan to slip in unnoticed. Remember, Zhang Mei whispered, stick to the shadows and follow my lead. They moved like shadows, slipping past guards and security measures. Lu's heart raced as they reached the inner sanctum. The room was filled with monitors displaying real-time data feeds from across the city. Here it is, Lu said, excitement bubbling in his chest. This is where we'll broadcast the truth. As he set up his equipment, he glanced at the monitors, each showing citizens going about their daily lives, unaware of the manipulation that controlled them. The sight fueled his resolve. Lu, are you ready? Zhang Mei's voice cut through his focus, almost. Just need to configure the final settings, he replied, fingers flying over the keyboard. The tension in the room was palpable as they prepared for the broadcast. Just then, a loud alarm blared through the building, and the monitors flickered red. They know we're here. Qin shouted, panic creeping into his voice. Focus. Zhang Mei barked. Lu, now. Do it now. With a final keystroke, Lu launched the broadcast. The screens lit up with a vibrant message: we are not data. We are human. It's time to reclaim our freedom. The room erupted with cheers, but Lu could feel the data police closing in. They needed to move quickly. Let's go. Zhang Mei commanded, and they dashed for the exit, adrenaline propelling them forward. As they sprinted through the halls, Lu felt the weight of what they had accomplished. The truth was out there, and there was no turning back now. They burst through the doors and into the open air, but the sound of footsteps echoed behind them. Keep moving, Zhang Mei shouted, leading the charge through the streets. The city was alive with energy, the citizens responding to the broadcast, their eyes lighting up with realization and defiance. Lu could hardly believe it. They had ignited a spark, a movement that was bigger than any one of them. As they ran, he could see people pouring into the streets, joining their cause. Look! Qin yelled, pointing ahead. A massive crowd was gathering, shouting for freedom, for change. Lu's heart soared. They weren't just rebels anymore, they were the voice of the city, a collective movement pushing against the tide of oppression. As they reached the plaza, the air filled with chants and slogans, the atmosphere electric with possibility. The data police, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of humanity, were struggling to maintain control. Lu felt a rush of exhilaration as he and his companions joined the throng, each voice blending into a chorus of defiance. In that moment, surrounded by the energy and passion of the crowd, Lu knew they had achieved something incredible. They had taken the first step toward freedom, and together, they would forge a new path for Xiangqing, a path built on hope, resilience, and the unwavering belief that they were more than just data. As the night deepened, and the stars flickered above, Lu found himself standing beside Zhang Mei, their eyes meeting in a moment of shared triumph. They had started a revolution, one that would echo through the halls of power, a reminder that no amount of surveillance could extinguish the spirit of humanity. Whatever happens next, Lu said, voice filled with conviction, we did this together. Zhang Mei nodded, a fierce smile on her face. And we'll keep fighting. This is just the beginning. The city of Xiangqing was alive, and its heart beat stronger than ever. As dawn broke over the horizon, the first rays of sunlight bathed the streets in a golden hue. Hope had taken root, and with it, the promise of a brighter future. The battle for freedom had just begun, and Lu knew they would face whatever came next. Together, the story of their rebellion would be told for generations, a testament to the power of unity, laughter, and the undying spirit of humanity. David Lin was having a day. The sun beamed through the glass walls of his office, illuminating the chaos that was his desk. A half-empty coffee cup teetered precariously on the edge, surrounded by a chaotic array of tech gadgets, some of which he had invented, others that had simply exploded in his face. He was on the verge of presenting his latest creation, a revolutionary app that could predict the best time for coffee breaks, based on your stress levels. He had dubbed it Brew Break. David, are you ready? Called Lisa, his boss, her voice cutting through his caffeine-fueled frenzy. Absolutely, he shouted, quickly shoving a rogue circuit board into a drawer, not noticing the email window open on his computer. Just one SEC. As David shuffled to the meeting room, he accidentally clicked send on an email he had been crafting in the background, one meant only for his best friend, Brad. It read, Lisa is great, but you know what would make her even better? If she were less intimidating and more, like, a puppy? Just saying. I might have a crush. Moments later, the door swung open, and the entire team was already seated. David slid into his chair, heart racing. Hey, everyone. Ready to revolutionize coffee breaks? Lisa's smile was tight as she held up her phone, the screen reflecting the unmistakable look of a viral post. David, did you mean to share your thoughts on my puppy-like qualities with the whole company? A chorus of laughter erupted, and David's cheeks flamed as he realized what had happened. Oh no! I was just... Before he could finish, the laughter turned to gasps, and someone shouted, "Wait, what about cyber enemy?" David glanced up, confusion swirling in his mind. Headlines blared from the news feed, "Cyber enemy strikes again, global banking system compromised." In bold letters underneath, a familiar mugshot stared back at him. His heart sank as the authorities mistakenly identified him as the world's most wanted hacker. "David, this is serious," Lisa said, her earlier amusement evaporating. "They think you're behind this." "Me? But I'm just a programmer," David protested, feeling the world spin. "I couldn't hack my way out of a paper bag." But it was too late. The next few hours were a blur. The tech world, which had once been a playground for David's inventions, suddenly transformed into a cold, unwelcoming expanse. He was locked out of his accounts, his friends distanced themselves, and he could practically hear the whispers behind his back. "Did you hear? David's the cyber enemy." As he trudged home that evening, the streets of San Francisco, usually vibrant, felt drab. He ducked into an all-night diner, hoping for solace in a slice of pie and a cup of coffee. The bell jingled as he walked in, and the waitress, a gruff woman named Edna, eyed him with pity. "Coffee?" she asked, filling a chipped mug. "Sure, but make it strong," he muttered, staring into the abyss of his fate. Just then, the door swung open, and a duo of suited men entered, scanning the diner. David's heart raced. Were they here for him? "David Lynn," one of them barked. "You're coming with us." In a flash, adrenaline kicked in. He bolted from the diner, his mind racing. He couldn't be captured, not when he had a world to save and a name to clear. As he zigzagged through the streets, he caught snippets of conversations. "That poor guy," one woman said, "being framed like that." Framed? He could work with that. Over the next few days, he delved into the virtual world, determined to track down the real cyber enemy. He quickly discovered a colorful hacker underground that buzzed with energy and camaraderie. It was a bizarre twist of fate. While David had once seen hacking as a threat, he now found himself among people who shared his passion for technology, and they all had a shared enemy. This new reality was nothing like his day-to-day life. David met Maya, a sharp-witted hacker who had the ability to unearth the deepest secrets hidden within code. Their first encounter was hilarious. David showed up with a homemade disguise, a pair of oversized sunglasses and a trench coat that belonged to his grandfather. "Nice look, David," Maya snickered, barely able to suppress her laughter. "What are you, an undercover cop or just a really lost tourist?" David chuckled, removing the sunglasses and leaning against a wall that hummed with digital life. "Just trying to keep a low profile." "Good luck with that. The whole world thinks you're a criminal now." Together, they ventured deeper into the virtual realm. The online space was a whimsical yet dangerous landscape, filled with avatars that ranged from the absurd to the nightmarish. They found themselves in a chaotic battle arena where pixelated monsters roamed, and glitches erupted in bursts of neon color. "This is just like a video game," David exclaimed, dodging a pixelated dragon's fire breath. "Welcome to the dark web," Maya replied, shooting a snarky grin over her shoulder as she hacked her way through a particularly tricky puzzle. "Just don't get too comfy. It's not all fun and games here." Through each challenge, David began to adapt. He learned to wield code like a weapon, with Maya guiding him through the intricacies of hacking. They faced ridiculous tasks, like retrieving a rare data file hidden in a virtual escape room designed by an eccentric coder who had a penchant for dad jokes. "What do you call an algorithm that's afraid of heights?" David pondered aloud, before bursting out, a low larity. "Okay, that was terrible," Maya laughed, shaking her head. But it's better than the guy who thought we'd actually escape without any hacks. Days turned into nights as they pieced together clues, following the trail of the elusive cyber enemy. The world was vast, and every lead took them deeper into the maze of virtual subcultures. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime of slapstick misadventures and near misses, they uncovered a name: Victor Graves, a rival programmer from David's past who had been silently plotting his downfall. Victor? That guy was always jealous of my projects, David said, incredulous. But why would he frame me as cyber enemy? Because it's the perfect distraction, Maya replied, her expression turning serious. If you're busy being hunted, no one will notice him stealing your ideas. With renewed determination, they set their sights on Victor's hidden base of operations, armed with a mix of David's newfound hacking skills and Maya's digital prowess. But first, they had to get through a virtual coffee shop, where the barista was an AI program to analyze customers' moods and serve coffee that matched. Welcome to Brewception. What's your mood today? The AI chirped. David couldn't resist. Awkward. Ah, the classic "I'm about to get arrested" mood, the AI replied, serving up a bizarrely colored latte. As they navigated through this whimsical yet treacherous landscape, David found humor and camaraderie among his fellow hackers, finally realizing he wasn't alone in his struggle. But it was also becoming clear that the stakes were higher than he had anticipated. Once we confront Victor, we need to be ready for anything, Maya warned, her demeanor shifting. He'll do whatever it takes to keep his secrets safe. And so, they prepared for the showdown that would determine David's fate, steeling themselves for the ultimate battle in a world where every keystroke counted, and every moment could be the difference between freedom and ruin. With their minds sharpened and their resolve strengthened, David and Maya set out for Victor Graves' hidden base. They knew they had to navigate through layers of firewalls and traps that could render them digital dust. David's heart raced, but not just from fear. For the first time in what felt like forever, he had a purpose. Stick close to me, Maya instructed, her fingers dancing across her keyboard as they entered the labyrinthine layers of Victor's virtual stronghold. The screen flashed with alerts, indicating that they were breaching his defenses. He's bound to notice us soon. David nodded, trying to ignore the familiar feeling of doubt creeping back in. What if he has backup? What if he's got a whole army of hackers working for him? Then we'll just have to be faster and smarter. Maya's confidence was contagious, and David felt a flicker of hope. They pressed on, navigating a dizzying maze of digital corridors. The environment shifted, morphing from sleek corporate architecture to a chaotic realm that felt like a glitch in reality. Neon colors splashed across the walls, pulsating in time with their pounding hearts. As they moved deeper into the stronghold, they encountered a security system that required both their skills. An elaborate puzzle flashed before them, and David could feel the weight of expectation. Okay, we can do this, he said, summoning his inner programmer. It's just a logic problem, right? Maya raised an eyebrow. Logic problem? This is an algorithm that'll fry our systems if we mess up. Think of it as a really intense coffee break, except if we screw it up, we'll be out of the game. Taking a deep breath, David focused. He started typing, feeling the rhythm of the puzzle. If we can reverse engineer this part, and then manipulate the access points, we might just unlock it without triggering the alarms. You know, for a guy who was just dodging a digital police force last week, you're sounding pretty heroic, Maya quipped, her fingers flying as she complemented his code with her own. They worked in tandem, a symphony of clicks and keystrokes that resonated with the urgency of their mission. Finally, with a satisfying beep, the system unlocked. "We did it!" David exclaimed, pumping his fist in the air. "Just don't celebrate too soon. We're not out of the woods yet." Maya was right. Their victory was short-lived as the virtual environment shifted again, revealing a new layer of security. They stepped into a vast digital arena, where lines of code whirled around them like a storm. In the center stood Victor, a looming figure surrounded by a swirling vortex of data. His avatar was both menacing and eerily familiar, the embodiment of every fear David had harbored. "Welcome, David. I see you've brought a friend," Victor sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You really thought you could unmask me? I've been waiting for you." "Why, Victor?" David shot back, feeling a mix of anger and confusion. "Why frame me? We were colleagues. You could have just talked to me." "Talked?" Victor laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "You've always been in my shadow, David. This was never about you. This was about taking control of what's rightfully mine. The world of technology belongs to those who can wield it effectively, and clearly, that isn't you." Maya stepped forward, defiant. "You think you can just walk away with everything? Hiding behind your digital fortress? You're about to find out that the underdog can bite back." With that, the showdown began. Lines of code flashed across the screen as Maya and David worked in sync to counter Victor's attacks. The virtual arena erupted into chaos as Victor unleashed digital minions that resembled a grotesque fusion of code and creature. "Get ready, David!" Maya shouted, her voice cutting through the cacophony. "We need to take out his defenses before we can get to him." "Right," David replied, adrenaline surging through him. He focused on the task, using everything he had learned in their time together. They launched counter-attacks, sending waves of data crashing against Victor's minions, each victory igniting a sense of empowerment. But Victor was relentless. "You think you can defeat me? I've spent years building this empire. You're nothing but a blip on my radar." "Maybe so, but every blip has a way of turning into a signal," Maya shot back, focusing on her next move. "David, we can do this. Remember the escape room? Use that thinking." Taking a moment to breathe, David recalled their earlier escapades. "Okay, I see it," he shouted, seeing a pattern emerge amidst the chaos. "We need to isolate his code. If we can hack into his system and redirect his own attacks, we might just turn the tide." "Let's do it," Maya replied, and together, they launched their final assault, weaving through Victor's defenses with newfound agility. David felt a surge of confidence as he executed a sequence of commands, reversing Victor's digital traps back against him. With a final flourish, they initiated the final strike. The code erupted in a brilliant cascade of color, a dazzling display of power as it wrapped around Victor's avatar, trapping him in a net of his own making. "No! This can't be happening!" Victor screamed, his digital form flickering as the walls of his fortress began to collapse around him. "We're not just the pawns in your game, Victor. We're the players," David declared, his voice steady. As Victor's defenses crumbled, the realization washed over David. He wasn't just fighting for his own innocence, he was fighting for everyone who had been silenced or sidelined in the tech world. With a final keystroke, they locked Victor out of his own system. The arena fell silent, the digital storm dissipating into a serene calm. "We did it," Maya said, her eyes wide with disbelief. "We really did it." As the dust settled, David's heart swelled with triumph. But it wasn't just the victory that felt monumental, it was the journey, the friendships forged in the fire of adversity, and the knowledge that he had reclaimed his narrative. "Let's get this evidence out," David said, focusing on their next step. "We need to show the world the truth about Cyber Enemy." Maya nodded, and together they executed their plan, broadcasting the data to every corner of the virtual world. The next morning, news outlets erupted with stories of the cyber crime ring that had been operating under the radar, led by none other than Victor Graves. As David's name began to clear, the online community rallied around him, celebrating the underdog who had taken down a giant. David felt a mix of disbelief and gratitude. He was no longer the man who had been framed, he was a hero in the eyes of his peers. As he and Maya watched the reactions unfold online, they shared a smile, one that held a promise of new beginnings. "You know," David said, glancing at Maya, "maybe we should collaborate more often. I could use a partner in crime, of the coding variety, of course." "Only if you promise to leave the trench coats at home," she teased, nudging him playfully. With laughter echoing through their shared space, David realized he had not only cleared his name but also found a place where he truly belonged. In the midst of chaos, he had forged friendships, discovered his true potential, and emerged victorious against a foe that had once loomed larger than life. And so, David Lynn stepped into the future, ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited him, knowing he wouldn't have to face them alone. In the heart of Neo LA, where the sun seemed to shine a little too brightly on the chrome and glass, Jack Wren had a job unlike any other. He was a neural modifier, which was a fancy way of saying he fixed brain-computer interfaces for a living. Most days, it was a thankless job, plucking people from their own digital disasters, like the time he had to reboot a client who had accidentally linked himself to a 24-hour cat video stream. Watching the man, a balding marketing executive named Ted, go from confident to utterly lost was both tragic and hysterical. The poor guy had spent 30 minutes meowing and chasing after a pixelated tabby before Jack finally managed to sever the connection. "All right, Ted," Jack said, smirking as he unhooked the electrodes from Ted's temples. "Welcome back to reality. You know, if you wanted to spend your life watching cats, there are cheaper ways to do it. Like, you know, adopting one." Ted blinked rapidly, still shaking off the digital daze. What happened? I was supposed to be pitching my new product." Jack rolled his eyes, leaning back in his squeaky office chair, which had definitely seen better days. "And how'd that work out for you? You know, my grandma would be so proud of you, marketing a cat litter that doesn't exist." Ted groaned, running his hands through his thinning hair. "I'll just add it to my resume, skilled in feline-themed escapism." Just as Jack was about to give Ted some half-hearted advice on sticking to more human pursuits, his eyes caught something on the screen of his hidden terminal, a glimmering advertisement for something illegal, a black market device claiming to control human thoughts through advanced neural links. Curiosity piqued, Jack's brow furrowed. "What's this now?" He clicked the link, a dangerous thrill coursing through him. The video showcased a slick, charismatic man, Dr. Hargrove, smiling with all the warmth of a used car salesman. The device he promoted was wrapped in a silver casing, sparkling as if it held the secrets of the universe. "Control thoughts directly? This can't be good." Jack had always been a bit of a rogue, but this was a different ballpark. He believed in free will, he believed that people should be the architects of their own minds. This device threatened that, and the irony wasn't lost on him. He was a modifier, but he never sought to manipulate. "What's going on in that brain of yours, Jack?" Ted asked, sensing the shift in mood. "Just some unsettling news," Jack muttered, already plotting his next move. He turned to Ted, who was still looking a little dazed. "You know what? I think you've had enough excitement for one day. Maybe take a break from the digital nonsense for a while. Go pet a real cat or something." Once Ted shuffled out of the office, Jack flipped the neon sign that said "Open" to "Closed" and grabbed his jacket. He was determined to find out more about the thought manipulation device. It was time to infiltrate the black market. The neon lights of the underground tech expo flickered like a heartbeat as Jack entered a dimly lit warehouse, the air thick with a mix of sweat and the faint smell of burnt circuitry. A sign over the entrance read, "The future is here, for a price." Everywhere he looked, bizarre gadgets buzzed and hummed, from devices that could project memories onto walls to ones that promised to enhance empathy. He chuckled at the sight of a booth selling mood modulators, tiny, flickering lights that claimed to make you feel happier. "Hey, wanna feel euphoric for $15? A vendor called out, his eyes wild with excitement. Jack shook his head, navigating deeper into the chaos. He felt a mix of apprehension and exhilaration. He was a little out of his element but intrigued nonetheless. After a few moments of wandering, he stumbled upon a booth that was slightly more sinister. A slick banner displayed the very device he'd seen in the video, "Welcome." Interested in a little mind control? A woman behind the counter purred. She had electric blue hair and tattoos spiraling up her arms, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Depends," Jack said, trying to keep his tone casual. "What's the catch?" "No catch, just the future," she grinned. "For a low price, you can have the power to influence thoughts. Imagine being able to get anyone to agree with you." Jack frowned, the laughter fading from his eyes. "You're kidding, right? This is dangerous stuff." "Oh, sweet summer child," she replied, leaning closer as if sharing a secret. "Dangerous is the whole point. Think of it as a shortcut to persuasion." Before Jack could respond, a commotion erupted on the other side of the room. A large man, clearly unhappy, was arguing with a couple of thugs. "I told you I wanted the top model. This is just a glorified remote. Take it or leave it, buddy," one thug snarled. Jack sensed an opportunity and slipped away, his heart racing. He turned a corner and found himself face to face with the mastermind behind this chaos, Dr. Hargrove, his slicked back hair gleaming under the fluorescent lights. Surrounded by a group of admirers, "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, waving his hands dramatically, "welcome to a new age of cognitive evolution." Jack's instincts kicked in. If he wanted to expose this man and his technology, he'd need to gather evidence. He could see Hargrove's arrogance spilling over, his vision of a controlled society intoxicating the minds of those present. Suddenly, Jack felt a shove at his back, and he stumbled forward, colliding with a table piled high with gadgets. A small device, a mood enhancer, tumbled to the ground and shattered. The air filled with colorful sparkles, and the room erupted into laughter. "Oh no! My device," the vendor cried, as everyone nearby doubled over in fits of giggles. Amidst the chaos, Jack made a beeline for the exit, heart pounding. Outside, the cool night air hit him like a slap in the face. He needed a plan. He needed help. That's when he bumped into Lila, a tech journalist he recognized from her viral articles exposing corporate corruption. She had a reputation for fearless reporting, and Jack knew he'd struck gold. "Jack Wren, right?" Lila said, tilting her head, her dark hair framing her determined face. "What are you doing here?" "I'm looking to take down Dr. Hargrove and his mind control scam," he replied, his voice steady despite the rush of adrenaline. "I'm in," Lila said without hesitation. "This could be my ticket to something big." Their alliance sparked an unspoken chemistry as they devised a plan to infiltrate Hargrove's operation further. They spent the next few days researching, following leads, and trying to connect the dots, often with comedic mishaps, like the time they accidentally broadcast their entire conversation to a group of unsuspecting virtual reality gamers. The gamers, thoroughly entertained, had cheered them on until Lila finally shut off the feed. Jack and Lila eventually discovered that Hargrove's device was already in its final testing phases, set to launch at a massive tech convention in a week. They needed to gather evidence and expose the truth before it was too late. As the day of the convention approached, Jack and Lila prepared to make their move. They crafted a plan to infiltrate the event as tech enthusiasts eager to witness the latest innovations. Jack was excited but nervous. He had a tendency to get tongue-tied in high-stakes situations. "Just remember," Lila said, looking him straight in the eye, "we're not just there to gawk. We're there to expose him." On the day of the convention, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Jack and Lila donned their best tech nerd attire, think oversized glasses and geeky t-shirts, as they blended in with the crowd of eager attendees. The air buzzed with excitement and the faint scent of overpriced energy drinks. They navigated through rows of flashy booths showcasing the latest in tech, everything from augmented reality glasses that promised to make you see the world through rose-colored lenses to mood-enhancing virtual pets. Jack couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Finally, they found themselves in front of Hargrove's stage. The room fell silent as he took the mic, the lights dimming dramatically. "Welcome, welcome, innovators and thinkers," he boomed, his smile infectious. "Today, we step into the future, a future where thoughts can be shaped, molded, and perfected." Lila nudged Jack. "Now or never." With a deep breath, Jack and Lila pushed their way to the front of the crowd, just as Hargrove began the live demonstration of his device. A nervous volunteer was brought on stage, a young woman who seemed blissfully unaware of the storm about to unfold. Hargrove activated the device with a flourish. "With just a simple connection, we can make anyone believe anything," he proclaimed. Jack felt a tingle of dread in his gut. It was time to act. "Hey, Hargrove," he shouted, stepping forward, causing a ripple of surprise through the audience. "What about free will? You're not trying to play God, are you?" The crowd turned to look at him, intrigued. Hargrove's confident facade faltered, but he quickly recovered. "Ah, Jack Wren, the rogue neural modifier. What a pleasure. Are you here to promote your own brand of chaos?" "Chaos?" Jack shot back, his voice steady. "No, I'm here to promote the idea that people should think for themselves." "You're selling them a lie." With Lila at his side, they began to reveal the truth about the device, the dark side of mind manipulation, the potential for abuse, and the ethical implications of stripping away free will. Dr. Hargrove, cornered and flustered, tried to regain control. "This is all part of a greater good. A world where we can eliminate conflict and enhance cooperation." "But at what cost?" Lila interjected. "You can't control people's minds and call it progress." In that moment of uncertainty, the device began to malfunction, emitting strange noises. Hargrove, flustered, struggled to maintain his composure. Suddenly, it started to project random thoughts into the minds of the audience. A woman in the front row burst out, "I want pizza," while a man behind her shouted, "I'm afraid of clowns." The crowd erupted into laughter, confusion, and chaos as Hargrove's carefully curated presentation unraveled. Jack seized the moment. "See? This is what happens when you try to control thought. People don't need to be told what to think. They just need to be themselves. As the audience began to turn against Hargrove, realizing the absurdity of the situation, he attempted to salvage his dignity, but it was too late. Jack and Lila's message resonated. They had exposed the dangers of the device in the most spectacularly chaotic fashion. Once the dust settled and Hargrove's bravado was shattered, the convention organizers quickly moved to shut down the demonstration. Jack felt a rush of triumph as they escorted Hargrove off stage, the crowd buzzing with excitement about the real implications of thought control. In the aftermath, Jack and Lila became unlikely heroes, their story going viral. The scandal led to investigations into Hargrove's technology, and he faced serious repercussions. The media praised Jack and Lila for their bravery, and Jack found himself in a spotlight he had never sought. As they celebrated their victory, Lila turned to him, a grin plastered on her face. "You did it, Jack. We did it. Can you believe it?" "I can't believe I talked my way out of a disaster," he replied, still feeling the adrenaline coursing through him. In the weeks that followed, Jack found himself reflecting on his life choices. He realized he didn't want to live in the shadows anymore. He had a unique skill set that could help others navigate the often treacherous waters of technology, and he was determined to use it for good. As he considered his future, he got a text from Lila. "How about we start a new venture? Ethical tech consulting, maybe?" Jack smiled at his phone, already picturing the possibilities. They could create a space where technology served humanity, not the other way around. But first, as he sat in his office, now adorned with a new neon sign reading "Open for Business," he couldn't resist a little fun. He grabbed the latest neural link upgrade he had on hand, intending to test it on himself. Moments later, the device buzzed to life, and Jack felt a familiar tingle. "What's the worst that could happen?" he muttered to himself, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Before he knew it, he found himself standing in the park, unable to speak anything but rhymes. "I'm Jack, the Link Man, here to say, life's a journey, come what may." Passers-by stared in confusion as he pranced around, and he couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Maybe the world wasn't perfect, but with a little humor and a lot of heart, it could be a lot more fun. As Jack stood in the park, rhyming his way through a series of increasingly ridiculous verses, he caught the attention of a small crowd. Children giggled, pointing at him, while adults exchanged bemused glances. Jack couldn't help but embrace the absurdity. He danced a little jig, his thoughts half focused on the neural link's effect and half on the joy of spontaneity. "Here I am, all in a twist, trying to rhyme, it's quite the gist. Life's a journey, come what may, join my dance, don't walk away." Laughter erupted around him, and a couple of teenagers pulled out their phones, eager to capture the moment. The air was thick with a sense of fun that felt contagious. Jack, buoyed by their enthusiasm, spun around, his arms wide open as if to invite the world to join his silly performance. But amidst the laughter and cheers, his mind was racing. As much as he enjoyed the moment, the reality of his situation weighed heavily on him. He'd exposed a dangerous technology, yes, but the world still teetered on the brink of something more perilous. Dr. Hargrove and his followers wouldn't simply back down. They were bound to retaliate, and Jack knew he couldn't stay in the spotlight forever. Finally, the rhyming spell wore off, and he managed to regain control over his speech. The crowd dispersed, still chuckling, but Jack's thoughts drifted back to the serious work ahead. He couldn't let his guard down. He had to think about how to keep the world informed about the risks associated with neural links. Lila texted him just as he was lost in thought, "Meet me at the cafe. I have some ideas." He rushed over, his heart racing with excitement and a hint of anxiety. At the cafe, the atmosphere was buzzing with chatter, the aroma of coffee mingling with the sweet scent of pastries. Lila was already seated at a corner table, her laptop open, a determined look in her eyes. "Jack. Over here," she called, waving him down. He joined her, sliding into the chair and eyeing her screen. "What's the plan?" Lila leaned forward, her fingers dancing over the keyboard. "We need to capitalize on our exposure. I've been working on a pitch for a new project, something to raise awareness about ethical tech practices. What do you have in mind?" She grinned, her enthusiasm infectious. "A campaign to educate the public on the implications of neural links and thought manipulation. We could partner with educators, tech experts, and even mental health professionals to create workshops and content aimed at promoting responsible use of technology." Jack nodded, his pulse quickening. "That's brilliant. But we also need to ensure that people understand the risks. It's not just about education, it's about empowerment." "Exactly," Lila said, her eyes lighting up. "And we need to do it quickly. Hargrove won't stay quiet for long. He's got connections and resources we can't even imagine." As they brainstormed, ideas flowed like the coffee in their cups. They talked about social media campaigns, informative videos, and community events. The more they discussed, the clearer their vision became. This wasn't just about Jack and Lila anymore, it was about creating a movement that would resonate with everyone impacted by technology. "Let's call it Mind Matters," Jack suggested. A play on words that emphasizes the importance of being mindful with tech. Lila beamed. "I love it. And we could incorporate personal stories, real-life experiences of people affected by overdependence on technology. It would add a human touch." With the initial plan in place, they dedicated the next few days to building the campaign. Lila focused on outreach, connecting with educators and community leaders, while Jack worked on content creation, crafting compelling narratives about the ethical implications of neural links. They even shot a series of light-hearted, yet informative videos, with Jack humorously explaining the risks while occasionally slipping into rhyme for effect. "Don't let your mind be a puppet on a string, stay informed, make your choices, let your own voice sing." They posted the videos online, quickly gaining traction. Social media buzzed with excitement, and the hashtag MindMatters began trending. Jack and Lila were invited to speak at local tech meetups and community events, where they shared their message and encouraged open dialogue about the future of technology. But as they grew more visible, so did the shadows lurking behind the scenes. Jack started receiving cryptic messages warning him to back off. The tone shifted from supportive comments to threats that hinted at danger. "You're meddling in things you don't understand," one message read. "Stay out of it, or you'll regret it." Undeterred, Jack and Lila pressed on. They realized that every challenge they faced only strengthened their resolve. They held a major event at a downtown auditorium, inviting experts to discuss the risks and benefits of neural links. The response was overwhelming. People flooded in, eager to learn and engage. As the crowd gathered, Jack and Lila took the stage, a wave of nerves hitting Jack. But Lila shot him a reassuring smile, and he felt a surge of confidence. "Thank you all for being here tonight," Jack began, addressing the audience. "We're here because we believe in the power of choice and the importance of keeping our minds free. Technology is a tool, but it should never control us." The audience listened intently, hanging on every word. Lila followed up, her voice passionate and clear. "Tonight, we want to hear your stories and your thoughts. Together, we can create a safer, more ethical tech landscape. They opened the floor for discussion, and people shared their experiences, some funny, some deeply moving. Jack felt a sense of community forming, a collective understanding that resonated through the auditorium. Just as they were wrapping up the event, a commotion erupted near the back. Jack squinted into the crowd and saw a figure, Dr. Hargrove, flanked by a few of his intimidating associates. "Isn't this cute?" Hargrove sneered, striding toward the stage. A little grassroots movement trying to take on the giants. How quaint. Jack's stomach dropped, but he stood his ground. "What are you doing here, Hargrove? Shouldn't you be off somewhere plotting your next scheme?" "Touché, Jack. But you're playing a dangerous game. I suggest you walk away while you still can." Lila stepped forward, her voice firm. "We're not afraid of you, Hargrove. What you're selling is manipulation, and we won't stand by while you prey on people's minds." The audience buzzed with tension, unsure of how to react. Hargrove's associates shifted, ready to back him up if necessary, but the crowd rallied behind Jack and Lila. "Get out of here," someone shouted from the back, followed by a chorus of supportive voices. Hargrove's expression darkened. "You think this is a game? You're making a mistake," he warned, his eyes narrowing. "You have no idea who you're dealing with." "Actually, I think we do," Jack said, feeling a surge of confidence. "We're dealing with someone who thinks he can control others. But you don't have that power here." With that, the atmosphere shifted. People began to chant, "Mind matters. Mind matters." The energy in the room escalated, and Hargrove realized he was losing control. "Fine. You'll regret this," he spat, turning on his heel and marching away, his associates following suit, the tension dissipating with their departure. As the crowd erupted into cheers, Jack and Lila exchanged wide-eyed looks, relief washing over them. They had stood up to the very person who had threatened their mission, and they had emerged victorious, at least for now. After the event, as they packed up, Lila turned to Jack, her expression serious. "This isn't over, you know. Hargrove won't back down easily. We need to stay vigilant." "I know," Jack replied, feeling the weight of her words. "But we've created something powerful here. We have people on our side. It's not just about us anymore." They began strategizing their next steps, committed to building on their momentum. The campaign took on a life of its own, inspiring discussions across communities. Jack found himself in a rhythm, alternating between humor and seriousness as they navigated this new chapter. Weeks turned into months, and just as they began to feel secure, the unexpected happened. Jack received a message one afternoon that turned his world upside down. It was an invitation to meet with a tech policy committee in Washington, D.C. They wanted him to testify about the ethical implications of neural links and thought manipulation. Lila was over the moon when he told her. "This is incredible, Jack. This is your chance to bring our message to the highest level." But anxiety prickled at Jack's mind. What if they don't take us seriously? What if Hargrove tries to sabotage us? Then we make sure they can't ignore us, Lila replied, determination radiating from her. We'll prepare, and we'll bring everything we've learned. This is bigger than just us. The day of the hearing arrived, and Jack stood before a panel of lawmakers, his heart pounding. Lila was in the audience, her presence grounding him. He had prepared meticulously, practicing his speech and anticipating questions. As he began to speak, he felt the weight of the moment. "Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to discuss the implications of neural link technology and the importance of ethical guidelines to protect individuals' freedoms. He spoke passionately about the stories they had gathered through their campaign, the lives impacted by thought manipulation, and the necessity of maintaining autonomy in a rapidly evolving digital landscape. But just as he began to feel confident, a familiar face appeared among the panelists, Dr. Hargrove, now positioned as an industry expert. Jack's stomach dropped. "Mr. Wren," Hargrove interrupted smoothly, "while I appreciate your concerns, I believe you're misinformed about the benefits of neural technology. It can enhance human experience, not diminish it. Enhance it at what cost?" Jack shot back, his voice steady. "You're selling a dream, but behind that dream is a nightmare of control. People deserve the right to choose how they use technology." The tension in the room was palpable as Hargrove leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with challenge. "Your perspective is limited. You see threats where there are opportunities. We can create a better society, if only people understood. Or if only you didn't aim to control them." Jack countered, the audience visibly engaged. He continued to lay out the risks and the need for regulation, fueled by the stories they had gathered over months of campaigning. As the session unfolded, Jack felt a sense of purpose. With Lila's encouragement and the support of the audience, he spoke truthfully about the ethical responsibility that came with technology. After what felt like hours, the session came to an end. The panel members exchanged murmurs, clearly torn. Jack stepped down, feeling a mixture of relief and exhilaration. Lila was waiting for him, her eyes sparkling. "You did it. You really made them listen." "I hope so," Jack replied, still processing the experience. "But Hargrove won't give up easily. He's not done fighting." As they left the building, Jack felt a mixture of hope and anxiety. They had taken significant steps, but the battle was far from over. Back at their cafe, they regrouped, determined to keep pushing forward whatever comes next. "We'll face it together," Lila said, her voice steady. Jack nodded, feeling the strength of their partnership. Together. And just like that, they dove back into their work, armed with a renewed sense of purpose. They would fight for a future where technology served humanity, not the other way around. Days turned into weeks, and as they navigated this uncertain landscape, Jack found himself leaning more into his role as a spokesperson for ethical tech. The media coverage continued, and their campaign expanded, reaching corners they had never imagined. One evening, while they were reviewing the latest statistics on their outreach, Lila paused and looked at Jack, her expression serious. "Have you thought about what this means for you? For us?" Jack met her gaze, unsure of what she meant. "I mean, this is what we wanted, right? To make a difference?" "Yes, but it's more than that. You've stepped into a leadership role. There are going to be expectations, pressure. It's a lot to take on." "I know," Jack admitted. "But I can't go back. Not after everything we've done. The people we've connected with, they need us to keep pushing." Lila smiled, but there was a hint of concern in her eyes. "Just remember, you don't have to do it all alone. I'm here, and I'm with you every step of the way." Her words meant more than she realized. They solidified the bond they had formed through this journey, one that went beyond friendship into something deeper. As they continued to work together, Jack felt a sense of belonging he hadn't experienced before. Each challenge they faced only strengthened their resolve, and they became a force to be reckoned with in the tech community. But as the threats from Hargrove's camp escalated, so did the pressure on Jack. Late-night meetings, demands from the press, and the constant flow of public opinion became overwhelming. He started to feel the weight of the world on his shoulders. One night, as they were wrapping up a late meeting, Lila noticed Jack's weariness. "You need a break. You can't keep running on empty." "I'm fine," he insisted, though he could feel the exhaustion creeping in. "Fine isn't good enough. You're doing amazing work, but you need to recharge. How about a weekend getaway? Just you and me. No tech, no pressures." The idea sounded appealing, but Jack hesitated. "What about everything we're working on? Everything will still be here when you get back." "Trust me," Lila said softly. "You can't pour from an empty cup." Finally, he relented, realizing she was right. They planned a trip to the mountains, away from the chaos of their lives, a chance to reconnect and breathe. As they drove up winding roads surrounded by trees, the air grew crisper, and Jack felt a weight lift from his shoulders. They arrived at a cozy cabin, rustic and inviting, with a view that took his breath away. Lila opened the door, and the scent of pine filled the space. "Welcome to our escape," she said, grinning. They spent the next couple of days hiking, cooking together, and laughing more than they had in months. Jack felt rejuvenated, the pressures of the world fading into the background. They shared stories, dreams, and fears under a starlit sky, the connection between them growing deeper. One evening, as they sat by the fire, Lila turned to him, her expression serious again. "Jack, I want to talk about us." He felt a flutter of nerves, unsure of what she meant. "What about us? I've loved every moment we've spent together, working, laughing, even the tough times. But I want to make sure we're on the same page. This journey is only going to get more intense." Jack met her gaze, his heart racing. "I know. And I feel the same way. I don't want to lose what we have." "Good," she said, her voice softening. "I just want us to communicate. We're partners in this, and I don't want the pressure to come between us." "I promise," he said earnestly. "We'll face everything together. You mean too much to me to let anything get in the way." Their eyes locked, and in that moment, the unspoken tension melted away, replaced by a warmth that enveloped them. As they leaned in, the kiss was gentle, tentative at first, but quickly deepened into something more profound, a culmination of all their shared experiences and the bond they had built. When they pulled away, Lila smiled, a light dancing in her eyes. "Now, that's more like it." Feeling lighter than he had in ages, Jack grinned back, the warmth of connection fueling him as they returned to their cabin, ready to tackle whatever lay ahead, together. When they returned to Neo LA, they were met with the same challenges, but now they faced them with renewed vigor. Their campaign continued to grow, drawing in supporters from all walks of life, all united by a desire for ethical technology. And then, just as they were hitting their stride, a breakthrough came. A prominent tech conference invited Jack to speak, offering him a platform to reach even more people. He and Lila worked tirelessly to prepare. Jack knew this was a chance to spread their message on a larger scale, but the pressure weighed on him. As the day approached, he felt the familiar flutter of nerves. "What if I mess up?" he asked Lila, who was busy organizing their notes. "You won't," she said confidently. "Just speak from your heart. You know what you're talking about, and you have the experience to back it up." On the day of the conference, Jack stood backstage, peering out at the audience. The hall was packed, filled with eager faces, some skeptical and others ready to cheer. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the stage, feeling the bright lights wash over him. He opened with a joke, lightening the mood, and slowly eased into the core of his message. I'm here to talk about the future of technology, not just the shiny gadgets and devices, but about the responsibility that comes with them. We are on the brink of something extraordinary, but we cannot lose sight of our humanity in the process. He shared personal stories, drawing from his experiences with Lila, the people they had met during their campaign, and the lessons learned through every challenge. The audience was captivated, hanging on his every word. As he wrapped up, he looked out at the sea of faces. Together, we can shape a future that honors our minds and our choices. Let's make technology work for us, not against us. Thunderous applause erupted, and Jack felt a rush of exhilaration. He had connected with them, shared his truth, and he could see the spark of understanding ignite in the crowd. After the speech, people flocked to him, eager to engage in conversation. Jack felt a sense of purpose, knowing they were making real progress. Lila stood to the side, her smile radiant as she watched him connect with others. She was proud of him, and he was grateful to have her by his side, sharing this journey. As they left the conference, the buzz of excitement still crackling in the air, Jack turned to Lila. "We did it. I can't believe how far we've come." "I can," she replied, taking his hand. "You've always had this in you, Jack. You just needed the right people around you." Their fingers intertwined, they walked into the sunset, ready to face whatever came next. Together, they were unstoppable, committed to their mission and each other. With the momentum they had built, they were prepared to take on the world, one mind at a time. The fight for ethical technology was far from over, but with each passing day, they felt more equipped to tackle the challenges ahead. And as they embraced this journey, Jack knew he had found his place, not just as a voice for ethical tech, but as a partner in a mission that transcended mere technology. It was about humanity, connection, and a future that honored both. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Jack and Lila turned to each other, sharing a knowing smile. This was just the beginning. Together, they would forge a path toward a brighter tomorrow. With hearts full of hope, they stepped forward into the night, ready for whatever adventures awaited them. And so, the journey continued, with laughter, love, and the promise of a better future for all. In a world where reality had become a quaint relic, humanity's greatest escape was also its greatest folly. Bright lights flickered in the virtual reality cafe, the digital dive, where patrons roamed in colorful avatars, each a fantastical manifestation of their wildest dreams. The aroma of synthetic coffee filled the air, and laughter bubbled up like a digital soda fountain, blending seamlessly with the symphony of synthesized beats. It was here, amidst the chaos of pixelated parties and neon wonder, that Max found his stage. Max, the self-proclaimed freedom fighter of the virtual realm, stood atop a makeshift podium fashioned from an oversized inflatable donut. He was dressed in a costume that would have made a 5-year-old's birthday party look subdued, a neon green bodysuit adorned with glittering stars, a flowing cape made from what looked like recycled pixelated rainbows, and a helmet that glowed like a disco ball. He was the epitome of what it meant to be a rebel, if that rebel were also a part-time entertainer in a circus. People of the virtual world. Max bellowed, his voice amplified by a quirky sound modulator he had scavenged from an old game. Today, we stand at a precipice. A reality that threatens to suffocate our freedom. He struck a dramatic pose, one arm outstretched like he was about to launch into a Shakespearean soliloquy. But just as he was about to unleash his impassioned speech about the perils of virtual escapism, an unexpected glitch coursed through the system. With a pop and a spark, Max's avatar and every other one in the cafe morphed into brightly colored llamas, complete with goofy grins and absurdly large eyes. The crowd erupted into laughter, the seriousness of his message evaporating into the digital ether. Max watched, aghast, as his audience of supposed rebels pranced around, braying and bumping into one another. A particularly enthusiastic llama spun in circles, oblivious to Max's plight, as the last shreds of his revolutionary fervor dissipated in the wave of hilarity. He felt like a jester at the court of a king who only wanted to be entertained, and therein lay the crux of his dilemma. Max wasn't just a virtual freedom fighter, he was a clown in a world that preferred laughter to liberation. With a heavy sigh, he scratched his llama neck, pondering how he could wake up a society so blissfully ensconced in its digital cocoon. Max's backstory unfolded in fragments, memories flashing like old film reels. Once upon a time, he had been just another cog in the corporate machine, slaving away at a job that drained his soul. His family had fallen victim to the reality outside the vibrant walls of virtuality, lost in the chaos of a society that had forgotten how to care. That was the moment he transformed from a mere bystander into a warrior, wielding memes and glitches as his weapons. But what had become of his fight? Every time he tried to rally the troops, they'd rather dance, laugh, and dive deeper into the rabbit hole of oblivion. He had allies, of course, Lily, his tech-savvy best friend who always seemed to have a new gadget up her sleeve, and the ragtag group of misfits that made up his resistance. But even they were beginning to question whether Max's grand vision of awakening the world was worth the effort. As the llamas continued their merriment, Max felt a tug at his digital heartstrings. His friend Lily appeared beside him, her avatar decked out in a stylish cyberpunk outfit, replete with glowing tattoos and neon hair. She flashed him a knowing smile. "Looks like your speech fell a little flat, huh?" she teased, her voice playful yet laced with genuine concern. "Flat? I'm a freaking llama," Max replied, half laughing, half exasperated. "What's the point of being a freedom fighter if no one takes me seriously? They'd rather do the Macarena than listen to the state of the world." Lily patted him on the back. "Maybe it's not about being taken seriously. Maybe it's about connecting with them. Laughter can be just as powerful as a battle cry. You know, like Trojan llamas." "Trojan llamas?" Max echoed, raising an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting we invade their minds with humor?" "Exactly," she said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "But we need a plan. There's a big event coming up, Reality Reboot. If we hijack that, we can get your message across and maybe even make them think while they laugh." Max's eyes lit up. "We could create a meme campaign that pokes fun at the absurdity of our situation. But how do we get into the event?" Lily grinned. "Leave that to me. I can whip up some disguises and digital props. We'll need a team, though. The resistance can be our muscle." And just like that, an absurd plan began to take shape, one that would turn their revolutionary mission into a ludicrous heist filled with pranks, giggles, and unexpected twists. As Max and Lily mapped out their strategy, the cafe buzzed around them, the dance of llamas now a joyous backdrop to their clandestine plotting. Little did they know, however, that their pursuit of humor as a weapon would lead to chaos far beyond anything they could imagine. The countdown to Reality Reboot began, and with it came the realization that perhaps, just perhaps, laughter might be the key to breaking the chains of digital escapism. The stage was set, and Max, the llama in a superhero suit, was ready to take his message to the next level. The day of the Reality Reboot event arrived, and the virtual world was abuzz with excitement. Avatars flaunted their fanciest outfits, flaunting over-the-top designs that included glittering wings, animated tails, and outfits that sparkled like the 4th of July. The main arena, a grand amphitheater made entirely of shimmering pixels, hosted thousands of users eager to witness the latest and greatest in virtual reality enhancements. Max and Lily stood at the entrance, both cloaked in outrageous disguises. Max wore a ridiculous mustache that twitched every time he moved, and Lily had adorned herself with a giant foam hat shaped like a hot dog. They made a striking pair. Indeed, subtlety is key, Max reminded himself, stifling a chuckle as he adjusted his mustache, which was starting to slip. Right, Lily said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Because nothing screams undercover like a hot dog hat and a mustache. Hey, at least we look memorable, Max retorted, grinning despite the absurdity of it all. As they entered the amphitheater, they were greeted by the sight of Captain Corporate, the CEO of the VR company and the very embodiment of over-the-top corporate arrogance. He stood on a raised platform, decked out in a slick suit made from shifting digital patterns that shimmered like a disco ball. With his perfectly coiffed hair and an insufferable smile, he commanded the attention of the audience as he began his presentation. Welcome, esteemed users, to the dawn of a new era. Captain Corporate boomed, gesturing dramatically. Today, we unveil features that will enhance your virtual experience beyond your wildest dreams. Get ready for mandatory reality checks. The crowd erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm almost infectious, yet Max felt a knot in his stomach. Mandatory? What does that even mean? They'll be forced to see reality's ugliness, Lily whispered, her expression serious. It's like a digital slap in the face. As Captain Corporate continued his sales pitch, Max felt a surge of determination. This was it. This was the moment to act. He and Lily had a plan to hijack the presentation and inject a dose of humor into the grim realities of life outside their digital utopia. They maneuvered through the crowd, weaving past dancing avatars and distracted users. As they neared the control room at the back of the amphitheater, Max's heart raced. He could already envision the chaos that would ensue. Remember, Lily said, her voice low but urgent, we need to upload our video before they kick us out. Max nodded, his mind racing with possibilities. They reached the control room door, which was suspiciously unguarded. With a quick glance around, they slipped inside. The room was filled with monitors displaying the ongoing event, and a host of buttons and levers lined the walls. It felt like stepping into a scene from an action movie, except, of course, for the fact that Max was still wearing a mustache that looked like it belonged in a bad comedy. Okay, you take the video upload, Lily instructed, pointing at a sleek console. I'll handle the distractions. Distractions? What do you have in mind? Max asked, his brows furrowing. Lily grinned and held up a small device that resembled a remote control. This will create an avatar disruption. Just watch. With a few taps on the device, the avatars in the amphitheater began to glitch. They morphed into all kinds of ridiculous forms, giant chickens, dancing hot dogs, inspired by Lily's hat, and even a flying pancake. The audience gasped and then erupted into laughter, completely diverting attention away from Captain Corporate's increasingly frantic attempts to regain control. Now, Max. Lily shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. Max rushed to the console, heart pounding. He quickly uploaded their pre-recorded video, a parody of Captain Corporate's presentation, filled with over-the-top graphics, goofy animations, and a catchy tune that highlighted the absurdity of their digital existence. As he hit send, the room buzzed with energy. The video flashed onto the main screens, and the crowd turned their attention, captivated by the unexpected shift. Look! It's the llama hero, someone shouted, recognizing Max's avatar amidst the chaos. Cheers erupted, laughter spilled over, and even Captain Corporate, now a hot dog avatar himself thanks to Lily's device, was momentarily rendered speechless. The audience, once spellbound by corporate promises, now found themselves caught up in the humor of their own absurd reality. Max felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. The ridiculousness of it all felt strangely liberating. Maybe laughter truly could be a form of rebellion. As the video played on, it highlighted the stark contrast between their virtual lives and the struggles waiting for them outside. But instead of a heavy-handed message, it was delivered with a light touch, like a Trojan horse filled with laughter. With every chuckle, Max sensed a shift among the avatars. They began to look at one another, murmurs of recognition spreading like wildfire. For the first time in ages, they weren't just avatars, they were individuals, and they were finally connecting. When the video ended, the amphitheater erupted into applause, and Max found himself swept up in a wave of camaraderie. It was a moment of pure joy, a recognition that beneath the digital layers, they were all grappling with the same reality, one that needed to be addressed. Captain Corporate, now thoroughly flustered, attempted to regain control, but the momentum had shifted. "This is unacceptable," he shouted, adjusting his mustache, which now looked more comical than ever, but it was too late. The crowd was buzzing with newfound awareness, and Max stood tall, his llama avatar gleaming in the virtual spotlight. He could see faces lighting up with realization, conversations igniting with curiosity about the world beyond their screens. "Let's not just laugh at our problems," Max declared, voice booming over the chaos. "Let's face them together. We can change this world, both virtual and real." The cheers that followed felt like a tidal wave of hope crashing through the amphitheater. As they rallied together, Max realized that the absurdity of his journey had transformed into something greater, a movement fueled by laughter and genuine connection. As the digital crowd surged, Max exchanged a triumphant glance with Lily. They had turned the tide with humor, sparking conversations that could finally bridge the gap between virtual escapism and real-life struggles. The revolution might just be beginning. And as for Max, the llama in a superhero suit? He had finally found his voice, not just as a jester but as a true champion of change. As the night wore on, the chaos began to settle into a sense of community. Users started talking about their experiences, forming bonds that had been absent in the depths of their digital dreams. Max stood amidst them, a proud smile stretching across his llama face. The world wasn't perfect, but for the first time, it felt like it could be something better. With laughter as their battle cry, they were ready to wake up together. As the digital crowd settled, laughter still echoed through the amphitheater, transforming into a harmonious buzz of excitement. Max looked around, soaking in the energy, the joy radiating from avatars who had previously seemed lost in their own worlds. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and the spark of awareness ignited a connection among them all. "Max!" Lily called out, her hot dog hat bobbing as she weaved through the throng. She reached him, eyes wide with disbelief and delight. "Did you see their faces? They're actually engaging. We did it." Max grinned, adrenaline surging through him. "I can't believe it. They're actually thinking about the real world." He took a deep breath, the exhilaration of the moment washing over him. "What's next? We need to keep this momentum going." "Right," Lily replied, her fingers dancing excitedly. "We need to plan a follow-up. If we can keep them talking, keep them questioning, we might actually have a chance to wake them up to reality." As they brainstormed, the amphitheater buzzed with ideas and laughter. Groups began forming, discussions springing up like wildflowers in a field. Users shared their stories, tales of struggles and dreams, realities that transcended their digital personas. The atmosphere crackled with camaraderie, and Max could hardly believe how quickly the tide had turned. In the middle of it all, Captain Corporate stood on his platform, arms crossed and fuming, but even he couldn't drown out the chorus of voices echoing through the amphitheater. Max spotted him glancing uneasily at the uproar, as though trying to calculate how to regain control over his audience. "Let's confront him," Max suggested to Lily, determination lacing his words. "If we can get him to acknowledge the problems he's perpetuating, maybe we can force a real change." Lily's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Let's give him a taste of his own medicine. Time to turn the tables." With a nod of agreement, they pushed their way through the crowd toward the stage. Max's heart raced, anticipation and nervousness colliding in his chest. He had faced many challenges, but confronting the embodiment of corporate greed was a whole new level. As they reached the front, Max raised his hand, signaling for attention. "Hey, everyone! Let's give a warm welcome to Captain Corporate." His voice boomed through the amphitheater, catching the crowd's attention. They cheered, some mocking, some genuinely curious. Captain Corporate's expression twisted into a forced smile as he surveyed the raucous crowd. "What is the meaning of this disruption?" he demanded, trying to project authority. Max stepped forward, mustering all the courage he had. "We're here to talk about reality, Captain. Your reality checks, what are they but a way to distract us from the truth? We want to engage with the real world, not just consume it passively." Gasps echoed through the audience, and Max felt the weight of their eyes on him, a sea of hope and expectation. Captain Corporate's smile faltered, replaced by an icy glare. "People enjoy the escape," he countered, voice smooth but laced with irritation. "You're out of touch with what they want. They crave entertainment, not lectures." "Entertainment is fine," Max shot back, his confidence growing with each word. "But it shouldn't come at the cost of our humanity. We want to have fun and face our realities. Why not do both?" Captain Corporate scoffed. "This is a business. We cater to what people want. And what if they want more?" Lily interjected, stepping beside Max. "What if they want to feel something real? To take action instead of just laughing at their problems? You're stifling their potential by keeping them distracted." The crowd murmured, the energy shifting again as they absorbed Lily's words. Max felt a thrill of hope. Maybe this was their moment to push back against the corporate machine. "Listen to them," Max urged, raising his voice above the murmurs. "We can find a way to coexist, to create a space where laughter doesn't blind us to the world outside, where we can enjoy our digital lives while still acknowledging our struggles." The audience erupted in cheers, chanting, "More! More! More!" It felt like a collective awakening, a realization that they could demand more than mindless entertainment. Captain Corporate's eyes darted around, a mixture of disbelief and anger flickering across his face. "This is nonsense," he shouted, though his voice trembled slightly. "You're disrupting a well-oiled machine." "Maybe it's time to grease the wheels a little differently," Max replied, his heart pounding with conviction. "We're not just numbers in your system. We're people. And we deserve a voice." As the cheers crescendoed, Max felt a shift within himself, a sense of purpose emerging from the chaos. He had always been the funny guy, the one who dressed like a llama to make people laugh. But today, he was standing up not just for himself but for everyone around him. Captain Corporate stumbled back, visibly rattled by the overwhelming response. He stammered, struggling to regain his composure. But the crowd wouldn't let him. "Change the game," someone shouted from the back. "Give us choices. Make it real," another voice chimed in. Max seized the moment. Let's create a petition. A virtual platform where we can voice our desires for both entertainment and authenticity. We can hold you accountable. The idea took root, spreading like wildfire. Users began pulling out their devices, eager to sign up, to be part of a movement that could reshape their virtual experience. Laughter mixed with shouts of encouragement, and amidst it all, Max could see the glimmer of hope in their eyes. Captain Corporate, sensing his grip slipping, raised his hands in a futile attempt to quiet the crowd. This is absurd. You're just a bunch of avatars. You think you can change anything? Max stepped closer, unwavering. We may be avatars, but we're also real people behind the screens. And today, we're taking back our reality. The tide had turned, and Max felt a surge of power and unity amongst the avatars surrounding him. They were no longer just users in a virtual landscape, they were a community, ready to demand change, to merge the joys of digital life with the complexities of the world beyond the screen. As cheers filled the air, Max caught Lily's eye, and they shared a smile. This was just the beginning, a revolution rooted in laughter and understanding, bridging the gap between their digital lives and the harshness of reality. The future lay ahead, bright and filled with possibility. The event concluded with Max and Lily rallying the crowd, encouraging everyone to share their thoughts and experiences on the newly formed platform. As the avatars dispersed, their laughter and chatter resonated like a symphony of hope, and so, in the heart of a digital revolution, Max embraced his role not just as a jester but as a champion for change. They had ignited a movement, a spark that would reach beyond the confines of their virtual sanctuary and into the real world, where struggles awaited but where laughter could also be a powerful force for transformation. As they exited the amphitheater, Lily nudged Max playfully. So, Llama Hero, what's next on your agenda? Max chuckled, the thrill of victory still buzzing in his veins. Next, we build on this momentum. We create workshops, gatherings, maybe even an annual festival celebrating both our virtual lives and the realities we face. We make it fun and impactful. Lily grinned widely. And we keep dressing like ridiculous versions of ourselves, right? Just to keep the spirit alive? Absolutely. Max laughed. If we're going to change the world, we might as well do it with style and a sense of humor. They walked into the digital sunset, avatars shimmering against the vibrant backdrop, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, armed with laughter, courage, and a community that had found its voice. In the not-so-distant future, the city of Neon Heights buzzed with the electric hum of technology. Holograms floated above the bustling streets, advertising everything from hoverboards to instant hair color changes. But amidst the neon glow and the perpetual promise of a better tomorrow, Detective Alex Chen was having a particularly rough day. He stood in the front row of the grand demonstration hall, arms crossed, trying to look serious while a tech wizard named Dr. Felix Kepler extolled the virtues of the new virtual prison system. With this groundbreaking technology, Felix boomed, gesturing wildly as if he were selling life insurance, we can safely house criminals in a digital realm where they can reflect on their actions, forever. Alex couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sure, the idea of housing hardened criminals in a digital prison was neat, but the last time he heard a tech guy get this enthusiastic, it was about a self-cleaning toaster that had nearly burned down his apartment. He leaned over to his partner, Officer Mia Reyes, a bright-eyed rookie with a penchant for all things tech. So, what happens if one of these guys gets a little too reflective? Like, I think I'll just walk out and rob a bank, reflective? Mia chuckled, well, that's why we're here, right? To stop them from doing that. Alex was about to reply when the demonstration hit its climax. Felix waved his hands dramatically, calling for a volunteer. The audience held its breath as a digital avatar, a holographic criminal with a surprisingly stylish mohawk, appeared on the stage. "Behold! The future of justice," Felix declared, and with a flourish, he pressed a button. What happened next was not in the script. The holographic criminal, seemingly alive with all the swagger of a rock star, took a few steps forward and then, to everyone's shock, leapt off the stage and into the audience. Gasps filled the room as the digital thief sprinted through the aisles, nearly knocking over a grandmother who was holding a cup of something steaming and suspiciously like coffee. Alex's instincts kicked in. "Mia, go left. I'll cut him off," he yelled. The two officers sprang into action, weaving through the audience. As they chased the glitchy criminal, Alex couldn't help but think that it was the most absurd thing he'd ever encountered in his decade on the force. This was not how he had envisioned his morning. The holographic criminal glanced back, grinning like he was on a joyride. Just as Alex lunged forward, ready to tackle the bizarre thief, the criminal tripped over a speaker cord and went down in a spectacular display of pixelated limbs. Alex collided with him, rolling over and landing in a heap of limbs and flashing lights. Muffled laughter erupted from the audience, and Alex, struggling to regain his dignity, groaned. "Great. Now I'm the poster child for tech failures." He pushed himself up, dusting off his uniform, while Mia helped the hologram back to its feet. "You okay?" she asked the digital rogue, who promptly winked and vanished in a cloud of pixels, leaving a stunned crowd in its wake. Felix stood at the front, wide-eyed and speechless. We'll have to work on that," he muttered, fumbling with the controls. Alex exchanged a glance with Mia. So much for a flawless demonstration. As the audience began to disperse, Alex felt a sense of foreboding creeping in. The glitch was just too convenient, too strange. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss in this shiny new system, and he intended to find out what. The next day, the city hummed along as usual. Neon Heights had a way of moving on, but not Alex. He was back at the precinct, rifling through reports on the recent spate of high-tech crimes that had been plaguing the city. The virtual prison was supposed to keep the worst offenders in check, but the numbers were telling a different story. "Hey, Alex," Mia called out, sliding into the room with a tablet in hand. "Check this out. We've got reports of 3 different criminals committing heists while their consciousnesses are still in virtual lockup. It doesn't add up." Alex leaned closer to the screen. "You're telling me these guys are playing a double game? Like some sort of digital whack-a-mole?" "Exactly," Mia replied, her eyes bright with excitement. "If their minds are in the virtual prison, who's controlling their bodies?" "That's the million-dollar question," Alex said, rubbing his temples. "We need to figure out if this is a tech issue or if someone's manipulating the system." They decided to visit the virtual prison facility, a sleek structure filled with the latest tech. Inside, they met Dr. Kepler, who was still buzzing with enthusiasm, despite the chaos of the previous day's demonstration. "Ah, Detective Chen. Officer Reyes. You're here to see our groundbreaking technology in action, yes?" "Sure," Alex said, his tone flat. "But first, can you explain why criminals are walking around while their minds are supposedly locked up?" Felix's smile faltered. That's not supposed to happen. Our system is designed to prevent any crossover between the digital and real worlds." He glanced nervously at his team of engineers, who were busy checking monitors displaying swirling data. As they walked through the facility, Alex's skepticism deepened. Screens showed various virtual inmates living out their sentences in idyllic environments, some lounging on digital beaches, others playing virtual golf. It all looked too good to be true, and Alex wasn't buying it. "Can we talk to one of the virtual inmates?" Mia asked, her curiosity piqued. Felix hesitated but eventually agreed. They moved to a room where a specially designed interface allowed them to communicate with a digital avatar of a criminal. The avatar was a wiry man with a mischievous grin. "So, you're the ones asking questions," he said, folding his arms. "What do you want to know?" "I'm having a blast in here." Alex leaned closer, studying the digital figure. "Tell us how you're still pulling heists while you're in here." The avatar laughed, a sound that was oddly infectious. "You think I'm the only one? There are plenty of us who've figured out the loopholes. This place isn't as secure as they want you to think. We're living it up while our bodies do the dirty work." Alex exchanged a glance with Mia. This was the lead they needed, but they also had to tread carefully. "How do you communicate with the outside world?" Alex pressed. "Let's just say, it's easier than you think," the avatar replied cryptically. "You just need the right tech and a bit of creativity. But hey, don't worry about me. I'm just here for the virtual sunshine." With that, he winked, and the screen went dark. Alex's heart raced. They were onto something big, but now they needed to figure out how deep the rabbit hole went. "We've got to dig into who's controlling this," Alex said, determination seeping into his voice. "If criminals are pulling strings from inside that prison, we might have a massive security breach on our hands." As they left the facility, Alex's mind whirled with possibilities. What if this virtual prison was just a front, a way to exploit technology for profit while letting crime run rampant in the real world? He knew they had to find the source of this corruption before it spiraled out of control. Their investigation continued, piecing together clues, interrogating tech experts, and following leads that led them to a dark web of hackers and rogue programmers. Each step brought them closer to understanding the intricate web of deceit that surrounded the virtual prison. Then, one late night, Alex received a tip about a meeting of the rogue group behind the glitches. They were meeting in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Neon Heights, a place long forgotten by the glitzy city. "Mia, we have to go," he said, adrenaline coursing through his veins. "This could be our chance to uncover everything." As they approached the warehouse, shadows danced on the walls, and the air crackled with tension. They were ready for a fight, but neither of them anticipated the truth they would soon discover. A truth that would change everything they thought they knew about justice, crime, and the very fabric of reality. As Alex and Mia crept closer to the warehouse, the sounds of muffled voices drifted through the cracked windows. They exchanged a quick look, both aware that this was the moment they'd been preparing for. The adrenaline surged through Alex as he recalled the avatar's mischievous grin and the promise of chaos lurking just beyond the digital walls. "Stay sharp," Alex whispered, drawing his weapon as they approached the entrance. The metal door creaked ominously as they pushed it open, revealing a dimly lit interior filled with discarded technology and flickering screens that cast eerie shadows across the room. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with tension. A group of figures huddled around a central table, their faces illuminated by the glow of several monitors displaying streams of data and digital avatars frozen in mid-action. As Alex and Mia stepped further inside, the group turned, their expressions a mix of surprise and amusement. "Look who decided to crash the party," one of the figures sneered, a tall woman with vibrant green hair and a smirk that suggested she was used to getting her way. "The cops think they can play hero in our playground." Mia's grip tightened on her weapon. "You're the ones playing with fire." You think this is just a game? The green-haired woman laughed, a sharp, mocking sound. Games are precisely what we're making. While your precious virtual prison keeps the mindless drones occupied, we're rewriting the rules. She gestured to the screens, where avatars of notorious criminals flashed and vanished like fireflies. You see, the system is so flawed, it practically begs for exploitation. And we're just giving it a little nudge. Alex stepped forward, heart racing. And what happens to the real-world consequences of your actions? You're risking lives. The woman shrugged, her confidence unshakable. Lifesavers in a digital world. The cops are always 2 steps behind, and while you play catch-up, we'll be swimming in our profits. The virtual prison? It's just a front for us to operate. A flicker of movement caught Alex's eye, and before he could react, another figure, a wiry man with a sleek black jacket, lunged toward them, a device in his hand that glowed ominously. "Get them," he shouted, and chaos erupted. Alex ducked as the man activated the device, sending out a pulse of energy that knocked Mia off balance. She stumbled, quickly regaining her footing as Alex tackled the man to the ground, wrestling for control of the device. The air crackled with tension as the other members of the group lunged forward, and in an instant, they were engulfed in a fray. "Alex!" Mia shouted, her voice barely audible over the clamor. She had her hands full with another attacker, dodging punches and grappling for control. The warehouse was alive with a cacophony of shouts, the clang of fists hitting flesh, and the hum of technology in the background. With a burst of determination, Alex finally wrested the device away from the wiry man, but not before it emitted a pulse that made the lights flicker ominously. "What the hell is this thing?" he muttered, holding it up as if it were a live grenade. "Just a little tech we developed," the green-haired woman taunted from a safe distance. "You're in over your heads." Realizing that they had to turn the tide of this battle, Alex glanced around for anything he could use. Spotting a nearby monitor, he quickly moved toward it, inputting commands with frantic urgency. "I can reverse the connection to the digital prison," he yelled to Mia, who was still holding her own against her attacker. "It might lock them out." "Do it," she shouted, finally gaining the upper hand and tossing her opponent aside. Alex's fingers flew over the keyboard as he navigated the interface. It felt like his heart was racing in sync with the screen's flashing lights. The digital avatars began to glitch, and the woman's smirk faltered as she realized what was happening. "Stop him," she screamed, lunging forward. Just as she reached Alex, he slammed the final command. The room erupted in a blinding flash of light, and he felt the air shift around him. The monitors flickered and sparked, showing the chaos of the virtual prison. The avatars, once dancing freely, now flailed as if caught in a storm. "What did you do?" the green-haired woman shrieked, but Alex didn't have time to answer. With the device still in his hand, he turned and swung it toward her, the energy pulsing and crackling dangerously. "I locked you out," he said, adrenaline coursing through him. "You wanted to play? Welcome to the game." With a final burst of energy, the device sent a shockwave through the room, knocking the remaining criminals off their feet. Mia rushed to Alex's side, and together they surveyed the aftermath. The rogue group was scrambling, disoriented and confused. "Call for backup," Mia shouted, and Alex quickly reached for his communicator, relaying their location and the situation. "Looks like we just turned the tables," Alex said, a hint of triumph creeping into his voice as the criminals struggled to regain their composure. Before the backup arrived, the green-haired woman glared at them. "You think this is over? You have no idea what you're dealing with." "Maybe not," Alex replied, catching his breath, "but we just shut down your little operation. And we're just getting started." As sirens wailed in the distance, signaling the arrival of reinforcements, Alex and Mia prepared to secure the area. The members of the rogue group were starting to understand the gravity of their situation. Some attempted to flee, while others were too stunned to move. "Remember this moment," the woman spat, her bravado slipping. "You may have won this battle, but the war is far from over." "Not if we have anything to say about it," Mia shot back, determination shining in her eyes. The backup team flooded into the warehouse, and Alex felt a wave of relief wash over him. They'd turned the tide, but the fight was far from finished. As they began to apprehend the criminals, he couldn't shake the feeling that the implications of their actions would ripple far beyond this night. As they led the rogue group out in handcuffs, Alex and Mia exchanged a knowing glance. They had done something significant today, but the real challenge lay ahead. The virtual prison was just the beginning, a facade hiding deeper issues within the justice system. "Let's get to the bottom of this," Alex said as they stepped outside, the cool night air refreshing against their flushed faces. "We have a lot of work to do." Days turned into weeks as they dug deeper into the conspiracy surrounding the virtual prison. They reviewed data logs, interviewed tech experts, and followed leads that seemed to spiral out of control. Each new piece of information unveiled a layer of corruption that reached far beyond what they had initially imagined. It became clear that the rogue group was just a symptom of a much larger issue. The technology intended to keep the city safe was being manipulated, leaving criminals with too many opportunities to exploit it. And amidst all this, Alex found himself grappling with a moral dilemma. What did justice look like in a world where the lines between right and wrong blurred so easily? One evening, while reviewing files at the precinct, Mia burst in, excitement radiating from her. "Alex, you need to see this." She tossed a report on his desk, and Alex read quickly, his pulse quickening. "Are you serious? This is huge. Right? This shows a direct connection between the virtual prison and the tech group funding it," Mia explained, her eyes shining. "If we can expose this, we could force real change." Alex nodded, but his mind raced with the implications. "We need to act fast. If they get wind of this, they'll bury it." They began preparing a presentation for their superiors, outlining the corruption and the potential danger posed by the virtual prison. As they gathered their evidence, Alex's phone buzzed with an incoming message. It was from an unknown number, and his heart raced as he opened it. "Meet me where it all began. I have the answers you seek. A friend." The cryptic message sent chills down his spine. "Mia, I think we have a lead." He relayed the message to her, and they exchanged wary glances. "Do you trust it?" she asked, skepticism etched on her face. "I don't know, but we can't ignore it. If it's true, we might be able to expose the entire operation once and for all." Under the cover of night, they made their way back to the demonstration hall where it had all started. The echoes of the chaotic demonstration still lingered in the air as they stepped inside, memories of holographic criminals and digital chaos flashing through Alex's mind. "Is this even safe?" Mia whispered, scanning the darkened room. "Safe or not, we need to find out what's really going on," Alex replied, a sense of urgency propelling him forward. As they ventured deeper into the building, the atmosphere grew heavier, charged with anticipation. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness. It was hard to discern their features, but the voice was unmistakable. Detective Chen. "Officer Reyes. I'm glad you made it. Who are you?" Alex demanded, his body tensing. "A friend. The only one who can help you navigate the mess you're in." The figure stepped into the light, revealing a face Alex recognized but never expected to see again: Samara, a former tech consultant who had worked on the virtual prison project but had vanished amidst the chaos. "What happened to you?" Mia asked, her voice a mix of disbelief and intrigue. "I had to disappear. Too many eyes were watching," Samara replied, urgency lacing her words. "The system is more compromised than you realize. The rogue group you faced is just one layer. The real puppeteers are still out there, and they have plans for the virtual prison that go beyond mere crime." Alex felt a knot tighten in his stomach. "What do you mean?" "The virtual prison was never just about containment. It's a prototype for something bigger, a way to control society. The glitches you saw? They were intentional, a means to test the waters. The tech group wanted to see how much they could manipulate before anyone noticed." Mia shook her head in disbelief. "That's insane." "Is it?" Samara pressed, her eyes gleaming with urgency. "Look around you. Technology is already controlling how we live our lives. They want to take it to the next level, and if you don't act fast, they'll succeed." Alex exchanged a glance with Mia. "What do we do?" "I've gathered evidence. Enough to expose the entire operation, but I can't do it alone. You need to get this to the right people before it's too late." As Samara laid out her plan, Alex felt a surge of hope mixed with fear. They were standing at the precipice of something monumental, but the risks were greater than ever. "Let's do this," he said finally, determination setting in. "We'll take them down together." The trio set to work, meticulously planning their next moves, navigating the intricate web of technology and deceit that had ensnared the city. Days turned into nights as they gathered intel and connected with allies who shared their vision of justice. Finally, the day arrived. Armed with evidence and the weight of their mission behind them, Alex and Mia stood before the city council, ready to expose the corruption at the heart of the virtual prison project. As they presented their findings, the atmosphere in the room shifted. Gasps echoed as they revealed the truth, laying bare the manipulation and greed that had driven the project from its inception. "This isn't just about crime," Alex declared, his voice steady. "This is about the future of our society. We have to take a stand against those who would use technology as a weapon." As the council members exchanged worried glances, a murmur of dissent began to spread. It was a pivotal moment, a moment that would determine the direction of their city. In the weeks that followed, the fallout from their revelations rippled through Neon Heights. The rogue group was dismantled, and the virtual prison system was reevaluated. The city began to hold itself accountable, questioning the ethics of the technology it had once embraced without reservation. Amidst the chaos, Alex and Mia found themselves reflecting on their journey. They had faced incredible odds and uncovered a truth that many had chosen to ignore. As they stood on the balcony of the precinct, overlooking the shimmering skyline, Mia smiled. "We did it, Alex. We really did it." "Yeah," he replied, a sense of fulfillment washing over him. "But it's just the beginning. There will always be more to fight for, more truths to uncover." "Guess that means we'll be busy," Mia grinned. "Always," Alex said, turning his gaze to the horizon. In a world where technology and morality continued to clash, they would be ready to face whatever came next. As the sun set behind the city, casting a golden hue over the buildings, Alex knew that they had not only changed their city but had also set a precedent for a new way of thinking about justice in the digital age. The fight was far from over, but together, they were ready to take it on, one challenge at a time. Lou leaned against the wall of a dimly lit alley, watching the city pulse with life. Neon signs flickered overhead, illuminating the grime and grit of the streets below. To the casual observer, this might seem like any other night in Neo-Shanghai, a cacophony of laughter, chatter, and the ever-present hum of drones zipping overhead. But Lu knew better. Here, in the shadows, the real game was afoot. "Hey, you got the parts or not?" a voice called out from the shadows, breaking his reverie. It belonged to a lanky man with a gaudy cybernetic arm that looked like a prop from a bad sci-fi movie. Lu smirked, knowing the buyer was just as desperate as he was. "Sure, if you want to pay double for the new and improved model," Lu shot back, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Or are you hoping for a discount on the junk?" The buyer's face twisted into a scowl. "You're lucky I even came to you. I could get this anywhere." "Yeah, anywhere that doesn't charge you an arm and a leg," Lu replied, gesturing at the man's shiny limb. "No wonder you're looking for cheap. Looks like your last deal went south." As the buyer fumed, Lu felt a thrill. This was his game, where the desperate met the savvy. He thrived in the chaos, spinning jokes even as he lived on the knife's edge of survival. Just as he was about to seal the deal with a cheeky quip about overpriced cybernetics, the world shifted. A sharp sound cut through the alley, mechanical footsteps. Lu's heart raced. He turned, barely having time to register the sleek, armored figures emerging from the shadows before they lunged at him. "Get him," one of the goons barked, a bulky man with a cruel grin that made Lu's stomach drop. In an instant, Lu was on the ground, pinned by a heavy boot. He looked up at the menacing faces looming over him, and for a moment, he felt the weight of the city pressing down, the laughter fading into silence. "You've been selected, Lu," the goon said, a twisted satisfaction in his voice. "Congratulations. You're the next prey in the cyber hunt. Is this some kind of joke?" Lu managed, forcing out a laugh that felt far too high-pitched for comfort. "Not even a little," the man replied. "You're about to become sport for the elite. Good luck." As they dragged him away, Lu's mind raced. The cyber hunt, a sadistic game where the wealthy hunted the poor for entertainment. It was a tale told in whispers, a horror story for those who couldn't afford the luxury of denial. And here he was, plucked from obscurity to become a target in a twisted sport. The next morning, Lu found himself in an unfamiliar environment, an abandoned warehouse rigged with high-tech gadgets and screens displaying feeds from all over the city. The walls were adorned with monitors showcasing other poor souls, a grim gallery of prey. He could see the shadows of his fellow captives, some pacing, others sitting in despair. Lu's heart sank. "Welcome to the hunt," a booming voice echoed through the space. Lu turned to see Mr. Zhao, the notorious tycoon whose wealth was only rivaled by his cruelty. He wore a suit that shimmered like it was woven from threads of gold, and his smile was as cold as the steel that lined the room. "Today marks a new chapter in the fight for immortality," Zhao continued, his voice smooth and practiced. "While the elite are busy prolonging their lives, we will have our fun with you, live-streamed for our enjoyment." Lu clenched his fists, every instinct screaming at him to escape. The odds were against him, but he wasn't about to let fear take hold. He had always been quick on his feet. On the streets, you learned to dodge and weave, to play the game better than those who held the cards. He looked around at the other captives, searching for potential allies. "Anyone got a plan?" he called out, trying to inject a bit of levity into the grim atmosphere. A woman with bright blue hair stepped forward, her eyes scanning the crowd. "We need to work together. This isn't just about surviving, it's about turning the tables. I'm Mina, by the way." "Mina, huh?" Lou grinned, relief washing over him. Do you come with a side of technical genius? Because I've got a feeling we're going to need it. Mina smirked, her confidence infectious. You could say that. I've been in this game before. They underestimated me, and I escaped. We can do it again. With that, Lou felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. As they strategized, he couldn't help but admire Mina's calm under pressure, her knowledge of the game's tech, and how to manipulate it to their advantage. Together, they plotted their escape, sharing ideas and formulating a plan to outsmart their captors. The game began, and Lou quickly found himself in a nightmarish maze of neon-lit streets and dark alleyways. The rich were armed with state-of-the-art tracking systems, while he and Mina were forced to rely on their wits. The first encounter with their hunters came sooner than expected. Run! Mina shouted, pulling Lou into a narrow alley as the sound of footsteps echoed behind them. He could hear the hunters laughing, relishing the chase. Is it too late to call this off? Lou joked, breathless. Shut up and keep moving. Mina shot back, grinning despite the danger. Using every trick in the book, they dodged and weaved through the streets. Lou's heart raced as he led Mina through a series of twists and turns, relying on his familiarity with the city. Each narrow escape felt exhilarating, and his confidence grew. They reached a crowded marketplace, a chaos of vendors shouting and patrons bartering. Lou spotted an opportunity. Follow my lead, he whispered, an idea forming in his mind. He plunged into the crowd, ducking low as he maneuvered between stalls. Mina stayed close, her tech-savvy skills coming to play as she hacked the market's security system, creating diversions that threw their hunters off course. Just as they thought they were safe, one of the hunters cornered them, a manic gleam in his eye. You think you can run forever? He taunted. Not forever, Lou replied, a sly grin spreading across his face. Just long enough to turn the tables. And so began Lou and Mina's relentless game of cat and mouse, each encounter pushing them closer to the truth behind the hunt and the darker motives driving it. Lou's quick thinking and Mina's tech skills became their lifelines, each victory stoking the fire of rebellion within him. The world they inhabited was a cruel parody of life, but Lou was determined to rewrite his story. With every narrow escape, he became more than just prey. He was a force to be reckoned with, armed with wit, courage, and a growing alliance of fellow captives. As they prepared for the final confrontation with Mr. Zhao and his elite hunters, Lou felt the weight of their shared struggle. It wasn't just about survival anymore, it was about exposing the corruption, the greed, and the twisted game that had turned their lives into entertainment. As Lou and Mina gathered their resolve, the time for confrontation was fast approaching. They had gathered a small group of fellow captives who were equally determined to fight back. Each one had a story to tell, a life stolen by the rich who treated them like mere pawns in their perverse game. There was Eddie, a former street racer whose agility rivaled that of any cyber-enhanced athlete, and Tara, a brilliant engineer who had once designed security systems but now found herself on the wrong side of the tracks. Together, they forged an unlikely alliance, each bringing their unique skills to the table. The night of the final hunt arrived, cloaked in tension and excitement. Lou could feel the pulse of the city thumping beneath his feet, a reminder that they were all part of something larger, a rebellion against the twisted cycle of wealth and power. He shared a determined look with Mina, whose fingers flew across her portable console, hacking into the city's surveillance systems to turn them into allies rather than foes. Let's give them a show they won't forget, Mina said, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Right, but let's make sure it's not our last show, Lou replied, grinning. What's the plan? Simple, she said, her voice steady. We split into two teams. Eddie and Tara will create a distraction at the gala where the hunters are gathered. They'll be flaunting their wealth and power, showing off their latest tech. That's when we strike. Lou nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. And what about us? You and I will infiltrate their network. We'll expose them to the world and shut down the hunt once and for all. The stakes were high, but they had come too far to turn back now. With adrenaline coursing through their veins, they prepared to set their plan in motion. The gala was a perfect target, an event brimming with influential figures, where they could unveil the truth in front of an audience that needed to see the grotesque nature of their entertainment. The night sky was deep blue, punctuated by the flickering lights of the high rises that loomed like silent sentinels. Lou and Mina slipped through the shadows, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the city. As they approached the venue, a grand structure draped in lights, they could hear the muted sounds of laughter and clinking glasses from inside. Eddie and Tara had already set their distraction in motion. As Lou and Mina entered the lavish gala, they could see the wealthy elite mingling, oblivious to the chaos brewing outside. Lou felt a mix of disdain and determination as he spotted Mr. Zhao, his figure towering among the crowd, his demeanor one of self-satisfaction. "Stay low," Mina whispered, scanning the room for security. They moved through the throngs of guests, their eyes fixed on a cluster of screens set up to showcase the hunt, real-time feeds from the streets, where desperate individuals were darting through the night. Lou's heart sank. The footage was disturbing, but it fueled his fire. "We need to get to those controls," he said, pointing to a booth in the corner, manned by a bored techie who was busy scrolling through his device. "Let me handle this," Mina said, her fingers deftly tapping away at her console. "Just keep an eye on the door." Lou positioned himself strategically, his back against the wall, pretending to be just another guest. He watched as Mina approached the booth, her demeanor calm and confident. With a few quick movements, she was plugged into the system, her face illuminated by the glow of the screens. "Almost there," she murmured, and Lou felt a surge of anticipation. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Eddie and Tara dashed in, a cloud of chaos trailing behind them. They had managed to draw the attention of several hunters, shouting and causing a scene. Lou could see the confusion ripple through the crowd as guests turned to watch the commotion. "Now, Mina," Lou urged, his heart racing as he saw Zhao's eyes narrow in their direction. With a final keystroke, Mina grinned. "We're live. Let's expose this whole charade." Lou stepped forward, his voice rising above the din. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the real show." He gestured toward the screens. "While you sip your champagne and laugh at our expense, this is what you're really celebrating." The crowd's laughter faltered as they turned to the screens. Lou watched as the faces of hunted individuals flashed across the monitors, fear and desperation etched into their features. Gasps filled the room, the realization dawning on them that they were complicit in this monstrous game. Zhao's expression twisted into rage. "Shut it down," he roared, but Mina was already 2 steps ahead. "Too late," she shouted, fingers flying over the console. "The feed is live, and the whole city is watching." Lou felt a rush of triumph as he noticed several attendees pulling out their devices, recording the feed, sharing it on social media. The truth was out, and there was no way to put it back. "Let's go," Mina shouted, pulling Lou toward the exit as the chaos unfolded around them. Eddie and Tara were making their escape, and they dashed through the throng of horrified guests and furious hunters. They slipped into the night, breathless and exhilarated. The air outside was electric, filled with the sounds of sirens and the shouts of the crowd. Lou could feel the shift in the atmosphere, a sense of awakening. "Did we do it?" Eddie asked, glancing back at the gala, where the lights flickered like dying stars. We sure did, Lou replied, grinning widely. But it's not over yet. They regrouped in a hidden spot, where the shadows swallowed them. The city around them buzzed with energy, people were rallying, the news spreading like wildfire. Lou pulled out his phone, scrolling through the posts flooding social media, the hashtag cyberhunt trending. The hunters were now the hunted, public opinion had shifted in an instant. We need to capitalize on this momentum, Mina said, her eyes sparkling with determination. This isn't just about exposing the hunt, it's about dismantling the system that allows it to exist. Lou nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle over him once more. You're right. We can't let this moment fade. We need to mobilize people, get them involved. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lou felt a surge of hope. They were no longer victims, they were agents of change. They began to formulate a plan, using Mina's tech skills and Lou's street smarts to connect with others who had been affected by the hunts, those who had lost family members, friends, lives. With each passing hour, their coalition grew stronger. They rallied others from the underground, bringing in voices from every corner of the city. People were ready to fight back against the oppressive system that had kept them down for too long. Lou became a figurehead, using his sharp wit to inspire and motivate, while Mina continued to coordinate efforts behind the scenes, her expertise invaluable. As they prepared for their next steps, the city began to change. Protests erupted, the streets filled with people chanting against the hunts, demanding justice and accountability. The elite, once untouchable, found themselves under scrutiny, their lives and secrets laid bare for the public to see. But just when it seemed like victory was within reach, Mr. Zhao struck back. Using his influence, he launched a smear campaign against Lou and his allies, painting them as violent criminals. The media twisted the narrative, attempting to regain control of the story. Lou felt the weight of despair creeping in as he saw the headlines and news reports. It was a brutal reminder of the fight they were up against. We need to counter this, he told the group, determination coursing through him. We can't let them silence us. Mina's fingers flew over her device. I can dig up more dirt on Zhao. There has to be something that can turn the tide in our favor. They worked tirelessly, gathering evidence of corruption, exploitation, and the darker dealings of the elite. With each discovery, Lou felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were fighting not just for themselves but for all those who had suffered in silence. Finally, they struck gold, a hidden document detailing Zhao's illegal dealings, the extent of his manipulation, and the blood money exchanged to keep the cyber hunt alive. They prepared to expose it, ensuring that the world would know the truth. The night they released the information was electric. They gathered their supporters, broadcasting the details live. Lou stood in front of the camera, his heart racing. This is the reality behind the cyber hunt, he declared, his voice steady. This is the man who profits off our suffering. We will not be silenced, and we will not be hunted anymore. The response was overwhelming. The public rallied around them, their message resonating deeply. People began to share their own stories of loss and survival, igniting a movement that was impossible to ignore. The elite were backed into a corner, their power waning as more individuals began to stand up and fight against the oppressive system. As the tide turned, Lou felt the thrill of victory wash over him. They had not just exposed the hunt, they had sparked a revolution. But it came at a cost. Zhao retaliated fiercely, employing private security forces to silence dissenters. Lou's group became targets, hunted in their own right. They had to remain vigilant, constantly on the move to evade capture. Every step we take, we have to be smart about it, Mina advised, her expression serious. We're at war now, and they won't go down without a fight. Lu nodded, feeling the gravity of their situation. They had gone from prey to fighters, but the line was still razor thin. He looked at the faces of his friends and allies, seeing their determination reflected in their eyes. We've come this far together, he said, rallying them once more. We can't give up now. We've shown the world the truth. Now it's time to finish what we started. As they plotted their next move, the city buzzed with energy, a transformation in the air. The rich could try to hide, but they could no longer escape the truth that had emerged from the darkness. They had awakened a sleeping giant, and the people were ready to rise. Weeks passed, filled with tension and strategy. Lu and his allies worked to secure safe houses, build networks, and gather resources for the final showdown with Zhao and his forces. It was all leading to a climactic battle, one that would determine the fate of many. On the day of the showdown, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Lu stood with Mina and their allies, adrenaline coursing through their veins. They had coordinated with several grassroots organizations, preparing for a mass protest outside Zhao's corporate headquarters. This is it, Lu said, looking at the crowd gathering before them, their faces a mix of fear and determination. This is our chance to show them that we will not be hunted, that we will not be silenced. As the rally began, voices rose in unison, chanting for justice. The energy was electric, a palpable force against the oppressive regime. Lu felt a rush of empowerment wash over him. They were not alone, but just as they began to feel the momentum, Zhao's forces arrived, armed and ready to suppress the uprising. The tension escalated as both sides squared off, a standoff that could turn violent at any moment. Stay together, Lu shouted, gripping Mina's hand. We'll face this as one. As the confrontation unfolded, the chants of the people grew louder, drowning out the threats of the elite. Lu felt a fierce pride swell within him. They were reclaiming their power, refusing to back down. The clash erupted, chaos reigning as the two sides collided. Lu fought with everything he had, his movements fueled by a fierce desire for justice. Beside him, Mina worked to disable the security systems, using her tech skills to turn the odds in their favor. The struggle was fierce, but the people's spirit was unbreakable. Each act of defiance ignited a spark, and soon, the tide began to turn. Lu and his allies pressed forward, their resolve unyielding. Finally, as the dust began to settle, Lu found himself face to face with Mr. Zhao. The man was a shadow of his former self, panic and anger flickering across his features. Do you really think you can win? Zhao sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Not just win, Lu replied, his voice steady. We're here to end this. With that, the crowd surged forward, drowning out Zhao's protests. Lu felt the rush of triumph wash over him as they pushed the elite back, reclaiming their city and their dignity. As the sun set over Neo-Shanghai, casting a warm glow on the scene, Lu stood with Mina and their friends, the reality of their victory sinking in. They had fought not just for themselves but for a future free from the horrors of the hunt. The streets were filled with hope, laughter, and the promise of change. Together, Lu said, looking at each of his friends, we did this. Together, we turned the tide. And as the city celebrated, Lu felt the weight of a new dawn, one where they could write their own story, free from the shadows of oppression. In that moment, he realized they were no longer just prey. They were warriors, and they had reclaimed their lives. Eli sat in his cramped office, surrounded by the hum of outdated technology and the faint glow of neon lights from the city outside. His desk was a chaotic symphony of half-eaten snacks, energy drink cans, and a flickering monitor displaying erratic lines of code. He was a consciousness retrieval agent, a job that sounded grander than it actually was. To Eli, it meant fishing for lost digital souls in a sprawling network of memories and regrets, often while munching on stale chips. "Eli, for the love of all that's holy, can you please retrieve Lucy's soul before she haunts my dreams?" The voice crackled through his intercom, urgent and annoyed. It was Jenna, his boss, a woman whose patience was only slightly longer than her coffee breaks. "Sure thing, boss. Just finishing up a critical snack review." Eli grinned, a playful glint in his eye. He popped another chip into his mouth, enjoying the crunch as Jenna groaned on the other end. "Great. Snack reviews. Real productive. Just remember, if you screw this up, you'll be swimming in digital ghost goo for the next month." "Hey, I thrive under pressure," Eli replied, a little too enthusiastically. With a flourish, he grabbed his retrieval gear, an assortment of wires and goggles that made him look more like a mad scientist than a tech-savvy hero, and prepared for the task ahead. As he stepped into the retrieval pod, a clunky contraption that looked like a cross between a spaceship and a washing machine, he felt the familiar rush of energy envelop him. He closed his eyes, ready to be catapulted into the digital realm. The familiar sensation tingled through him, but then, crash! A soda can tipped over, spilling sticky liquid all over his control panel. Sparks flew, and suddenly the pod whirred to life with a mind of its own. "Oops," Eli muttered, bracing for impact. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in his office. He stood on a shimmering platform made of pixelated clouds, a surreal landscape stretching infinitely in every direction. Colors danced around him, neon pinks and electric blues twisted together in a kaleidoscopic whirl. "Welcome to the digital afterlife," a voice chirped nearby. Eli turned to see a digital avatar, a little cartoonish creature with big eyes and a smile so wide it could rival the Cheshire Cat. "I'm Pixel. Your guide to the eternal cloud." "Great, just what I needed." "A cloud full of pixels," Eli quipped, rolling his eyes. "Now, where can I find Lucy?" Pixel's eyes widened. "Oh, she's not far. But watch out, this place is filled with lost souls and corporate enforcers." "Corporate enforcers? Sounds like a bad sitcom." Eli chuckled, but there was an edge of worry in his voice. As they navigated through the swirling data streams, Pixel filled Eli in on the world of digital souls. When people died, they could upload their consciousness to live forever in this vast network. But Eli quickly learned that not all souls were here by choice. Some were trapped, manipulated by the corporate overlords who controlled the digital realm. "Lucy's been causing some disturbances," Pixel explained, flapping his little arms dramatically. "She's figured out the truth about what's happening to us." Eli's heart sank. "So, she doesn't want to leave?" "Not at all. She wants to fight back," Pixel said, his enthusiasm infectious. "Perfect," Eli muttered, running a hand through his messy hair. "Just what I signed up for. A digital rebellion." After what felt like an eternity of dodging data streams and near misses with pixelated beasts, they arrived at a floating island adorned with vibrant flowers and sunny skies. Eli could see Lucy, a fierce-looking woman in a flowing gown made of swirling data, her hair a cascade of bright colors. "Eli, you made it," she exclaimed, her voice ringing with a playful challenge. "I was starting to think they sent a bumbling fool to rescue me." "Bumbling? I prefer uniquely qualified," Eli shot back with a grin. "What's the deal with the corporate overlords? Why are they keeping souls like you here?" Lucy sighed, her expression turning serious. They use us for entertainment. Our memories are harvested and sold as experiences. We're not just lost, we're prisoners. Eli's heart raced as he realized the implications. So, you don't want to go back? You want to fight? Exactly. If we can expose their manipulation, we can free the others, she said, determination igniting her eyes. Eli felt an unfamiliar stirring inside him, a blend of fear and exhilaration. Count me in. The duo quickly became a comedic team as they plotted their rebellion. They navigated the digital landscape, concocting absurd plans to outsmart the enforcers. Eli, with his knack for chaos, suggested they disguise themselves as corrupted data packets. They won't see it coming. Brilliant. Lucy laughed. Or completely insane. Either way, it might just work. As they implemented their plan, they faced numerous trials, each more ridiculous than the last. They ducked behind fiery data streams, dodged oversized digital cats, and even had a run-in with a group of rogue avatars throwing a wild party. Why do they always party when there's a rebellion to plan? Eli wondered aloud as they narrowly escaped a dancing data blob, because it's more fun. Lucy grinned, pulling him into a spontaneous twirl that nearly sent them both tumbling into a pixelated pit. Through laughter and adrenaline, Eli found himself drawn to Lucy, her spirit invigorating him. As they fought side by side, he began to see the beauty in the chaos, both in the digital realm and in life itself, but the confrontation with the corporate enforcers loomed ahead, and Eli couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. As they gathered the souls willing to fight, Eli's confidence wavered. What if they failed? The day of the showdown arrived, and the landscape shifted into a menacing fortress of code. Eli and Lucy led the charge, flanked by a motley crew of digital souls, each bringing their unique quirks to the fight. All right, team, let's show them what we're made of. Eli shouted, his voice echoing through the digital air. With unexpected creativity, they launched into battle, Eli using his chaotic tactics to distract the enforcers. He created faux glitches that sent the enforcers into confusion while Lucy rallied the souls, their collective power building like a storm. The clash of digital energy and the frantic chaos that followed could have been a scene from a blockbuster movie. Just as Eli thought they might have a chance, the lead enforcer, a towering figure made of dark code, loomed over them. This is futile, the enforcer bellowed. You're nothing but remnants of data. You can't defeat us. Eli stepped forward, heart pounding. Maybe not. But we're more than just data. We're memories, we're experiences, and we refuse to be controlled. With a roar, the assembled souls surged forward, their collective memories bursting into vibrant light, overwhelming the enforcer in a dazzling display of color and chaos. As the dust settled, Eli stood in disbelief, gazing at the liberating force they had unleashed. The fortress of control crumbled, and with it, the chains binding the souls began to dissolve. Lucy turned to him, eyes bright with exhilaration. We did it. We really did it. Eli couldn't help but laugh, the tension releasing in a wave of relief. I never thought I'd be part of a digital revolution. This is the craziest thing I've ever done. Wait until you hear the stories we'll share. Lucy replied, beaming. As they gathered the liberated souls, Eli felt a sense of purpose swell within him. They had turned chaos into something beautiful, but the journey wasn't over. Now, what happens to all of you? Eli asked, glancing at the crowd of liberated souls. Many will want to explore the new digital realm, Lucy explained. We'll create a community, no more corporate control. What about you? Eli asked, feeling a strange pang at the thought of her leaving. I'll be around. "This isn't goodbye," she assured him, a mischievous smile on her lips. Back in the real world, Eli awoke in his pod, the familiar hum of his office grounding him. He blinked, disoriented, then a grin broke across his face. He had been part of something extraordinary. He reached for his phone, ready to share the incredible news with Jenna, when a notification popped up: "New retrieval assignment." He chuckled, feeling a sense of newfound purpose. "Guess I'll be swimming in digital souls again. But this time, I'm bringing the chaos." As Eli stepped out of the pod, ready to embrace whatever the future held, he couldn't help but wonder about the next adventure. Perhaps this time, it wouldn't be just about retrieving souls, it would be about giving them a voice, and somewhere in the digital realm, Lucy was probably causing a ruckus, and Eli was determined to join her again. Eli stepped out of the retrieval pod, invigorated by the thrill of the digital revolution he'd just experienced. The city hummed around him, a stark contrast to the colorful chaos he had left behind in the digital realm. Yet he carried a piece of that world with him, an electric sense of purpose that pulsed through his veins. He grabbed a cold energy drink from the mini fridge and flopped onto his office chair. The monitors flickered back to life, the screens reflecting the myriad of tasks that awaited him. With a deep breath, he set his sights on the assignment notification that had popped up moments before. "Another retrieval job, let's see what kind of trouble you're in this time," he muttered to himself, clicking on the notification. The name illuminated the screen: Simon, a soul known for his penchant for sarcasm and a questionable karaoke repertoire. Eli had heard whispers of Simon's antics, a digital renegade who refused to conform to the corporate whims of the afterlife. As he began to gather his gear, the laughter of Lucy echoed in his mind. The memory of her mischievous grin and spirited defiance ignited something in him. He thought about how far they had come, how they had stood together against the tide of control. Eli knew that this time, it wouldn't just be about retrieving Simon. He wanted to make a difference, to ensure that the souls he encountered had agency over their digital destinies. With a newfound determination, Eli activated his retrieval pod once more. As the familiar sensation enveloped him, he closed his eyes, ready to be launched into the next digital adventure. This time, he found himself in a bizarre landscape, a neon-lit city that twisted and turned like a funhouse mirror. The buildings pulsed with color, and digital avatars zipped by on hoverboards, laughter trailing in their wake. Eli grinned at the chaos around him. It was a vibrant chaos, alive and full of possibility. "All right, Simon, where are you hiding?" Eli called out, his voice swallowed by the lively atmosphere. He pulled out his holographic map, the digital display flickering as it searched for the rogue soul. "Can't hide from me forever," he said, the competitive spirit igniting within him. After a few minutes of weaving through throngs of avatars and near misses with animated street performers, Eli's map pinged. "Simon detected nearby," it announced, leading him toward a ramshackle tavern that seemed to have been cobbled together from discarded data packets and glitchy pixels. Eli pushed the door open, and the atmosphere shifted instantly. Inside, the noise of raucous laughter and off-key singing greeted him. A bar lined with flickering lights hosted a karaoke machine that sputtered to life as a digital avatar belted out a wildly inaccurate rendition of "Don't Stop Believin'." Eli couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, the sweet sound of bad decisions," he muttered, scanning the crowd for Simon. A figure caught his eye, a tall, lanky avatar with wild hair and an equally wild expression, who was gesturing animatedly at the stage. "I'm telling you, that's not how the song goes," he shouted, his voice a blend of indignation and amusement. "Simon!" Eli called, making his way through the crowd. The avatar turned, his features lighting up with recognition. Eli. You're here. Thank the digital gods. I was beginning to think I'd have to escape this karaoke hell myself. Eli laughed, shaking his head. What have you gotten yourself into this time? Oh, just the usual. Fighting against the corporate overlords, one drunken karaoke night at a time, Simon replied, his grin infectious. But seriously, I've been trying to gather the lost souls here. They're all stuck in this never-ending loop of entertainment, and nobody seems to care. Sounds like we're on the same page, Eli said, the spark of rebellion igniting again. What do you need? Simon leaned in, lowering his voice. We need a plan. There's a digital vault somewhere in this realm where the corporate enforcers keep the stored memories. If we can access it, we can expose everything, turn the tables on them once and for all. Let's do it, Eli replied, feeling a surge of excitement. But first, let's clear this place out. I have a feeling we're going to need all the souls we can get. With Simon leading the charge, they began rallying the avatars in the tavern, encouraging them to join the cause. Eli, buoyed by the energy of the moment, shared stories of his previous adventures with Lucy, her bravery inspiring others to take action. Before long, they had a motley crew gathered, a collection of misfits eager to break free from the corporate stranglehold. The eclectic group bounced between different digital realms, recruiting souls who had grown tired of their passive existence, each one more colorful than the last. We're going to need a distraction, Simon proposed, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Eli, you're good at causing chaos. How about you give them a show? Are you suggesting a karaoke battle? Eli asked, his brow raised. Exactly. Draw them in, and while they're busy gawking at the spectacle, we'll make our move for the vault. Simon exclaimed, clapping his hands together with glee. Eli considered it for a moment, then nodded. All right, let's do it. But if I'm singing, you better make sure I get a good backing track. They set up a makeshift stage in the center of the tavern, Simon taking the lead as he coached Eli through a raucous number. With each note, the energy in the room swelled, avatars gathering around, intrigued by the unexpected entertainment. Laughter and applause erupted as Eli belted out the lyrics, his comedic flair keeping everyone engaged. As Eli took the spotlight, he could see Simon rallying the rest of the crew in the background. They were readying themselves for the next phase of their plan, their spirits high as they cheered him on. Eli's heart raced, not from fear, but from exhilaration. This was not just a distraction, it was a movement. Mid-song, he glanced at Simon, who winked back, signaling that they were nearing the critical moment. Eli wrapped up his performance with a flourish, soaking in the applause before gesturing for the crowd to quiet down. All right, everyone. We're not just here to sing, we're here to change the game, he declared, his voice rising above the noise. Join us in our quest to reclaim our memories and break free from the digital chains. The crowd erupted into cheers, the energy in the room electrifying. Eli felt a rush of adrenaline as the group united, ready to storm the corporate vault. With Simon leading the way, they maneuvered through the bustling digital landscape, the atmosphere charged with a sense of rebellion. The anticipation was palpable as they approached the vault, a towering structure that loomed over them like a prison. Here it is, Simon whispered, his eyes wide. The heart of the corporate beast. Time to set it free, Eli said, his resolve unwavering. They positioned themselves, ready to enact their plan. Suddenly, alarms blared as the enforcers caught wind of their approach. Shadows moved in the corners of Eli's vision, dark figures emerging to confront them. Stop right there, one enforcer shouted, towering over them with a menacing glare. Eli's heart raced, but he stood firm. "You're not stopping us. We're taking back what's ours." "Foolish souls," the enforcer sneered. "You think you can defeat us? You're just data." Eli stepped forward, a mix of courage and defiance swelling within him. "We're more than just data. We're memories, we're experiences, and we refuse to be controlled any longer." With that, the avatars surged forward, a wave of color and energy crashing against the enforcers. The battle erupted in a cacophony of digital chaos, Eli and Simon fighting side by side, drawing upon the energy of their fellow rebels. Eli felt the weight of his past decisions lift, his laughter echoing through the chaos as he ducked and weaved, turning the tide with every clever move. Simon's witty one-liners kept morale high, inspiring their fellow rebels to push forward. As they fought their way to the vault, Eli glimpsed Lucy's face in the crowd, her spirit bolstering his resolve. He knew she would be proud of what they were doing. They were reclaiming not just their memories, but their autonomy. With one final push, Eli and Simon reached the vault's entrance. Eli swiped a hand across the control panel, initiating a sequence that would unlock the memories trapped inside. The door slid open, revealing a swirling mass of data, memories waiting to be set free. "Let's blow this thing wide open," Simon shouted, and Eli couldn't help but laugh at the audacity of it all. With a few taps on the console, Eli unleashed a torrent of memories into the digital realm, setting them free to dance across the landscape. The energy in the air shifted, resonating with the laughter and stories of countless souls. "Look at them go!" Eli exclaimed, awe filling his voice as memories of joy, sorrow, and love burst forth in a colorful display. The enforcers, taken aback by the sudden eruption of freed memories, stumbled back, their grip on power weakening as the chaos unfurled around them. "Let's get out of here," Simon yelled, leading the charge as they pushed past the disoriented enforcers, hearts pounding with adrenaline. They navigated through the digital chaos, the memories swirling around them like a celebration of life itself. Eli felt an overwhelming sense of connection, knowing they had changed the course of their existence. As they made their way back to the tavern, laughter erupted among the group. "We did it! We really did it!" Eli shouted, the thrill of victory washing over him. The digital landscape shimmered around them, vibrant and alive, a testament to their rebellion. With each step, Eli felt more at home in this world than he ever had in his mundane life. "All right, what's next?" Simon asked, grinning from ear to ear. Eli paused, glancing around at the faces of the liberated souls, each one reflecting the joy of newfound freedom. "We keep fighting. We make sure this never happens again." Together, they plotted their next moves, each member of the crew eager to contribute their ideas and skills. It was more than just a rebellion now, it was a community, a family of souls united by purpose. As the digital realm transformed before their eyes, Eli felt a warmth spread through him. He was no longer just a retrieval agent, he was a protector, a champion for those who had been silenced, and in that moment, he realized he had finally found where he belonged. "Let's show them what we're made of," Eli said, his voice full of determination. With laughter and camaraderie echoing around him, they set out into the digital sunset, ready to carve their path, one memory at a time. Night City was a realm of contradictions, a sprawling urban jungle where neon lights battled with shadows, and high-tech wonders coexisted with the crumbling remnants of a society on the brink. Jack Malone, a private detective with a penchant for trouble and an equally strong affinity for sarcasm, lounged in his cramped office, the flickering fluorescent light casting an erratic glow over a pile of takeout containers that might have been a meal once. He wasn't sure anymore. Jack's stakeout was a spectacular failure. He'd been watching a nondescript building for hours, his gaze fixated on the door, waiting for something, anything, to happen. His only company was a drone, a clunky contraption he'd jury-rigged to assist him, which now hovered lazily above his head. He'd programmed it to deliver snacks, his one weakness, and it was currently doing a splendid job of distracting him. As he adjusted his cheap sunglasses, Jack's thoughts drifted. "If I wanted to watch paint dry, I'd have stayed home," he muttered, just as the drone buzzed down, dropping a packet of chips right on his head. He swatted it away, chuckling to himself. "Thanks for the delivery, buddy. Next time, how about a little stealth?" At that moment, a figure emerged from the building across the street. Jack straightened up, ready to spring into action, but the drone had other ideas. With a life of its own, it flitted out of his reach, spiraling awkwardly towards the unsuspecting figure. Jack's heart raced as he watched the drone dive bomb the person, who turned out to be a group of very serious-looking criminals clad in black. "What the?" Jack whispered, gripping the edge of his desk. The drone collided with a well-dressed man in a suit, sending him staggering into his equally bewildered companions. The scene unfolded like a slapstick comedy, and Jack's eyes widened in horror as the group turned to him, suspicion etched across their faces. "Is that your toy?" one of them growled, glaring at Jack through the window. I mean, it's a pretty high-tech surveillance device." Jack shot back, scrambling to find his phone to call for backup. But the criminals were already advancing, and in a stroke of genius, or perhaps madness, Jack decided to lean into it. "Hey, fellas," he called out, putting on a bravado he didn't quite feel. "You look like the kind of guys who appreciate cutting-edge technology. How about you let me show you what this baby can do?" Much to his surprise, they paused, curiosity flickering in their eyes. Jack used the moment to retrieve the drone, which was now attempting to take a selfie with one of the criminals. As Jack stumbled back, his feet tangled in his own shoelaces, he somehow turned the chaos into an impromptu pitch about the drone's capabilities, weaving a tale of espionage and cutting-edge AI. Imagine, robotic arms, high-speed data transfer, snacks on demand. He gestured wildly, and to his astonishment, a few of them chuckled. "Maybe this guy's not so bad," one of them muttered, glancing at his comrades. In that surreal moment, the criminals mistook Jack for a genius infiltrator, offering him a seat at their table. Jack's mind raced. What was he doing? But, like any good detective who lived by his wits, he couldn't resist. He slipped into the role, engaging them in a game of verbal acrobatics, each quip leading him further away from being just a private eye. It was only when one of the men leaned in, asking about the real job Jack was working on, that the facade began to crack. "Listen, fellas," Jack said, raising his hands. "I've got an appointment with Destiny, or at least an appointment for some overpriced coffee. Let's save the world later, okay?" As he backed away slowly, Jack felt a sense of triumph mixed with relief. He escaped the interaction, his heart pounding not just from the near miss but from the thrill of dodging danger with humor. Who knew chaos could be so entertaining? Back in his office, the adrenaline high slowly faded, replaced by the dull ache of reality. Just as he settled into his chair, trying to process what had just happened, the door creaked open. A striking woman stepped in, her entrance commanding attention. She wore an oversized trench coat that seemed at odds with the sleek environment outside, and her eyes held a mix of desperation and determination. "Mr. Malone?" she asked, her voice smooth yet tinged with urgency. "Depends on who's asking," Jack replied, leaning back and crossing his arms. "If you're here to sell me a timeshare, I'm going to have to decline. I'm not selling anything." She took a step forward, her expression serious. "My name is Elena. I need your help." Jack raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What's the problem, Miss Elena? Lost your cat in the data cloud?" "My brother is missing," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "He was working for Elysium Dynamics. I think they're involved in something dangerous." Jack's interest peaked. "Dangerous is my middle name." "Well, technically, it's Alan, but it could be dangerous if I had a choice." He leaned forward, the gears in his mind already whirring. "Tell me everything." As Elena detailed her brother's disappearance, Jack's mind raced with possibilities. High-tech experiments, immortality, and a secretive corporation. This was the kind of case he craved, the kind that brought him back to life in this otherwise dull routine. "Let me get this straight," Jack said, his tone playful yet serious. "You want me to go up against a tech giant because your brother might have turned into a machine? Sounds like a typical Tuesday for me." Elena's lips twitched, almost a smile. "You're not scared?" "Scared?" Jack laughed. "In Night City? I'm more worried about my snack delivery drone." As they continued their conversation, Jack felt a spark of excitement. He might be a washed-up detective in a crumbling city, but with Elena at his side, he suddenly felt like he was stepping into a whole new adventure. And so, with a mixture of humor, desperation, and the faintest hint of romance, Jack Malone agreed to take the case. Little did he know, this would lead him down a path filled with laughter, danger, and the dark heart of Night City itself. Jack Malone couldn't shake the feeling that this case would be unlike any he'd tackled before. The energy in the air crackled as he and Elena made their plans. They agreed to meet later that evening at a tech convention that Elysium Dynamics was hosting, a perfect place to dig for information without raising too many eyebrows. As night descended over Night City, the neon lights illuminated the streets with a garish glow. Jack slipped into his slightly tattered blazer, doing his best to look the part of a tech-savvy detective. Elena arrived looking every bit the part of a woman on a mission, her trench coat flaring dramatically as she stepped from the hover cab. "Ready for this?" Jack asked, trying to mask his own nerves. "Born ready," she replied, her confidence infectious. The convention hall buzzed with the sounds of high-energy pitches and the whir of drones zipping through the air, showcasing the latest tech. Jack felt a mix of excitement and anxiety as they blended into the crowd. He adjusted his glasses and let the sheer absurdity of the event wash over him. Glowing booths showcasing everything from virtual reality headsets to mind-uploading devices. "Look at that one," Jack said, pointing to a booth labeled Elysium Dynamics, the future of humanity. A pair of overly enthusiastic salespeople demonstrated their latest product, a sleek headset that promised to upload your consciousness into a machine, allowing you to live forever in a digital paradise. If that doesn't scream red flag, I don't know what does. Elena chuckled, her eyes darting around, scanning the crowd. "Let's focus. We need to find out where they're keeping your brother, or at least some clue about the experiments." They navigated through the throng of people, Jack occasionally making a sarcastic remark about the absurdity of some products. His humor kept Elena relaxed, but he could sense her underlying tension. They passed by a booth where attendees were trying to play a game that simulated life as an AI. Jack muttered, "No thanks. I'm living the real thing." Eventually, they found themselves in front of a massive display featuring a holographic projection of a serene landscape. The tagline read, "Elysium, where life meets technology." Elena's expression hardened. "That's where I saw my brother last," she said quietly. "He was working on the project. They were doing something dangerous." Let's see what we can dig up, Jack replied, glancing at the crowd. We need to blend in. They approached the booth, and Jack put on his best salesman face. Excuse me. This is amazing. Can you tell me more about how it works? He asked one of the overly enthusiastic representatives. Oh, absolutely. The rep's eyes lit up, thrilled to share the company's latest innovation. Elysium Dynamics is revolutionizing how we interact with technology. Our mind uploading process is a way to escape the limitations of the human body. Jack interjected, his tone light but probing. Sounds like something from a bad sci-fi movie. The rep frowned, clearly unappreciative of Jack's sense of humor. No, it's very real. People are already signing up for the program. Immortality is just around the corner. Yeah, but what's the catch? Jack pressed, leaning in slightly. The rep hesitated, clearly caught off guard. Well, there are some initial tests. Jack's heart raced. Tests? What kind of tests? Before the rep could respond, Elena nudged Jack, her eyes wide with urgency. Look over there, she whispered, gesturing toward a side entrance where a small group of people in lab coats were gathered, deep in conversation. Jack's instincts kicked in. Let's check it out. They discreetly moved toward the entrance, using the crowd as cover. As they approached, Jack could hear snippets of conversation. Too many subjects are going missing, one scientist said, looking worried. If we don't do something soon, they won't be coming back, another replied, shaking his head. The board won't care until it's too late. Jack exchanged a glance with Elena. This was it, the heart of the operation. They slipped behind a curtain, the voices muffled but the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on them. Suddenly, a security guard stepped into view, scanning the area. Hey, what are you two doing back here? He barked, eyes narrowing. Jack's mind raced. We were just, checking on the samples. He gestured wildly, trying to buy time. You know, quality control. The guard frowned but seemed momentarily confused. You're not authorized to be here. You need to leave. Elena stepped forward, putting on her best innocent face. Oh, come on. We just want to know more about how this technology can help people. We're really interested. She flashed a disarming smile. The guard hesitated, his brow furrowing. Jack's heart raced. He wasn't sure how long they could keep this up before they were thrown out, or worse, arrested. Listen, if you're that interested, you should check out the main presentation, the guard said finally, waving them off. But I'll be watching you. Great idea. Thanks. Jack said, trying to sound genuinely appreciative. He tugged at Elena, and they slipped away, the tension finally easing once they were out of sight. What now? Elena asked, glancing around nervously. Now we gather intel and find your brother, Jack replied, regaining his composure. I think we need to go deeper, get to the main event. They edged closer to the presentation stage, where a crowd had gathered for a demonstration of the uploading technology. Jack scanned the area, trying to get a read on the audience. Most looked enthralled, but a few wore expressions of skepticism. He sensed an opportunity. Let's blend in, he said, ushering Elena toward the throng. Time for some good old-fashioned detective work. As the lights dimmed, a charismatic figure stepped onto the stage, a polished presenter who exuded charm and confidence. Welcome, everyone, to Elysium Dynamics. Today, we're unveiling a groundbreaking advancement in technology that will change the very essence of life. Jack elbowed Elena, whispering, he looks like he's about to sell us a timeshare on the moon." Elena stifled a laugh, but her expression quickly turned serious as the presenter continued. "Imagine a world where death is merely a concept, a fleeting memory. Our technology allows you to upload your consciousness, transcending the limitations of your physical form. Who wouldn't want to live forever?" Jack leaned closer to Elena, his voice low. "Sounds like a recipe for disaster. What if something goes wrong during the upload? Or worse, what if they're experimenting on people without their consent?" Elena replied, her eyes scanning the crowd for familiar faces. As the presentation unfolded, the presenter introduced a series of testimonials from successful subjects, showcasing holographic projections of their new digital lives. Jack's skepticism grew as he watched. "I smell a rat, and it's wearing a designer suit." The crowd clapped enthusiastically, but Jack couldn't shake the feeling of dread. He nudged Elena, whispering, "We need to find a way to get backstage. That's where the real answers are." "Right," Elena agreed, her determination renewed. "Let's go." They maneuvered through the crowd, dodging well-dressed attendees and oversized holographic displays. As they approached the backstage area, Jack noticed a door marked "Authorized Personnel Only." He turned to Elena, a plan forming in his mind. "On 3, we make our move," he whispered. 1, 2, before he could say 3, the door swung open, and a technician stepped out. Jack and Elena exchanged a quick glance and followed the technician inside. Just as the door closed behind them, inside, they found themselves in a narrow hallway lined with glass walls, revealing what looked like labs filled with blinking machines and sleeping figures. The atmosphere was sterile, almost haunting. "This is it," Elena breathed, her voice barely a whisper. "This is where they keep them." As they crept through the lab, Jack's heart raced. He spotted a terminal with a screen displaying information about the subjects. "Let's see if we can find your brother," he said, moving toward the console. Elena joined him, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she accessed the database. Come on, come on." Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the facility, red lights flashing ominously. Jack felt a rush of adrenaline. "We've overstayed our welcome. We need to move, now." Elena's face paled. "I almost found him. Just give me another minute, no time." Jack urged, grabbing her arm. "We need to get out of here." They sprinted through the lab, the sound of footsteps pounding behind them as security personnel converged on their location. Jack ducked into a side room, pulling Elena in just as 2 guards rushed past. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice strained. Jack scanned the room, spotting an open window leading to an external fire escape. "We climb," he decided, moving toward it. Together, they scrambled up the fire escape, the alarm still blaring in the background. Jack felt the rush of adrenaline as they climbed, the cold night air hitting their faces. When they finally reached the roof, they paused to catch their breath. "Now what?" Elena panted, her eyes wide. "Now we regroup and figure out our next move," Jack said, glancing over the edge. "But first, we need to find a way down without getting caught." As they surveyed the sprawling city below, Jack felt a surge of determination. "We'll figure this out. We just need to stay one step ahead of them." "I hope your plan involves more than just running," Elena replied, a hint of laughter in her voice despite the situation. Jack grinned. "Oh, absolutely. I've got a master plan involving a lot of luck and maybe a dash of charm." With the city stretched out beneath them, they made their way across the rooftop, sticking to the shadows. The night felt alive with possibilities, and for the first time in a long while, Jack felt invigorated by the challenge ahead. As they jumped from rooftop to rooftop, dodging security and navigating the chaotic streets below, Jack couldn't help but crack jokes to keep the mood light. If we survive this, we should start a travel blog. How to escape Night City in style. Elena laughed, the tension easing just a bit. Only if you promise to document all the embarrassing moments. Deal. Jack said, his heart racing not just from the thrill of the chase but from the connection growing between them. But let's focus on not getting caught first. Eventually, they found a narrow alleyway that led to a back street. They slipped into the shadows, ducking behind a dumpster as a patrol car zipped by, lights flashing. That was too close, Elena whispered, her breath hitching slightly. Just another day in paradise, Jack replied, a grin plastered on his face. But we need to regroup and come up with a plan. Let's head back to my place. It's not fancy, but it's safer than here. Once they reached Jack's office, they collapsed onto the worn-out couch, breathing heavily. Okay, what's the next step? Elena asked, her expression serious once more. Jack leaned forward, running a hand through his hair. We need to get evidence of what Elysium is doing, something we can take to the authorities or even the media. If we can expose them, we can rescue your brother. Right, Elena said, nodding. But how do we get into their system? They'll be on high alert after tonight. Jack thought for a moment, then a mischievous smile crept across his face. I have an idea, but it's a little crazy. Crazy is good. I'm in. Jack explained his plan, detailing how they could create a diversion at the convention center tomorrow night, drawing security away while they slipped into the building to access the servers. I can cause a ruckus with the drone, he said, while you sneak in and get what we need. You're good with computers. If anyone can hack their system, it's you. Elena's eyes lit up with determination. Let's do it. The next day, they prepped for the big event. Jack's nerves buzzed with anticipation as they made their way back to the convention center, the neon lights casting long shadows in the late afternoon sun. Ready? Elena asked, her face a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Born ready, Jack echoed her earlier words, feeling the adrenaline surge again. They entered the convention hall, now bustling with excitement for the evening's keynote address. Jack spotted the same booth, now more crowded than before, while he and Elena crept around the edges of the crowd, positioning themselves near the main stage. As the keynote speaker took the stage, Jack activated his drone, sending it into the air with a simple command. It buzzed around, capturing the attention of onlookers while Jack kept his eyes trained on the entrance to the secure areas. Now, he murmured, nodding to Elena. She moved stealthily toward the restricted area, her heart racing. Jack watched nervously as the drone's antics drew more and more attention. Just as he had hoped, security began to move toward the source of the commotion. Elena slipped through the door, her heart pounding in her chest. She found herself in a long hallway lined with sleek glass offices and blinking servers. Taking a deep breath, she made her way to a terminal at the far end, fingers flying over the keyboard as she accessed the system. Meanwhile, Jack kept the drone dancing in the air, faking a technical malfunction that kept security busy. He could hear the distant shouts as guards tried to corral the wayward device. Come on, he muttered under his breath, hoping Elena was making progress. Back in the server room, Elena felt the rush of adrenaline as she scanned the data. Her heart sank when she spotted a file labeled Project Elysium, Subject Information. She clicked on it, her breath hitching. Jack, she whispered urgently into her comms. I think I found it. Hold on, Jack replied, his voice strained. I'm trying to keep a swarm of angry bees off my back. Elena could hear the commotion through the comms and felt a thrill of panic. You need to distract them a little longer. I'm almost in. Just a few more seconds, then I'm coming in hot, Jack promised, pulling out a few of his tricks. He sent the drone spiraling around, pretending it was going to crash into one of the displays, creating chaos that drew even more attention from security. Got it? Elena exclaimed as the screen flickered to life, revealing a list of names and files, including one for her brother. I see him. He's been moved to a secure facility. Great. Let's get out of here before they notice. Jack urged. Just then, the door swung open, and 2 security guards stormed in, eyes narrowing as they spotted Elena. Hey! What are you doing here? Elena's heart dropped. Jack, she yelled, panic surging through her, I'm on it. Jack shouted, charging in. He hurled the drone at the guards, who instinctively ducked. Go, go, go. Elena bolted for the exit as Jack created a path, his quick thinking allowing them to slip past the guards. They raced down the hall, adrenaline pumping through their veins as they dodged security measures and narrow corners. Once outside, they ran to the nearest alleyway, hearts pounding as they leaned against the cool brick wall, trying to catch their breath. What now? Elena asked, her eyes wide with urgency. We need to get this information to someone who can help, Jack said, glancing around for any potential threats. But first, we need to lay low for a while. Elena nodded, her mind racing. We can't let them know we're onto them. They'll move your brother again. Jack took a deep breath, pulling out the files they had copied onto a portable drive. We need to find a safe place to plan our next move. And we'll need allies, someone who can expose Elysium's practices. They made their way through the labyrinth of Night City, finally settling in a small diner known for its anonymity and greasy fries. As they sat in a booth, Jack pulled out the drive, his fingers trembling slightly. Okay, this is it. We need to find someone we can trust, he said, scanning the menu but barely registering the options. I know a journalist, Elena said, her voice steadying. She's been looking into Elysium for months. If anyone can blow this wide open, it's her. Then let's contact her, Jack replied, determination igniting in his chest. Elena pulled out her phone, fingers flying over the screen as she sent a message. I hope she's available. As they waited, Jack couldn't shake the feeling of impending danger. He glanced out the window, the flickering neon lights casting ominous shadows across the diner's interior. Finally, Elena's phone buzzed. She can meet us, at the old warehouse by the docks in an hour. Perfect, Jack said, his mind already calculating the risks. Let's finish up and get moving. They polished off their meals, each bite fueling their resolve. As they left the diner, Jack felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, but he also felt something else, a sense of purpose. The warehouse loomed in the distance, a relic of a bygone era now overshadowed by the modern skyline. Jack and Elena approached cautiously, scanning the area for any signs of trouble. She should be waiting for us inside, Elena said, her voice barely above a whisper. Jack pushed the door open, revealing the dimly lit interior. They stepped inside, the sound of their footsteps echoing against the concrete walls. In the far corner, a figure stood waiting, Maya, a tenacious journalist known for her fearless reporting. Jack. Elena. Maya greeted them, her expression shifting from surprise to concern. You two look like you've seen a ghost. What happened? We found out what Elysium is doing, Jack said, urgency lacing his tone as he handed her the drive. They're experimenting on people, and they've taken Elena's brother. Maya's eyes widened as she scanned the contents. This is huge. You realize what you have here? We need to get this information out before they realize we're onto them, Elena added, her voice firm. They can't silence us if we act fast. Maya nodded, her resolve hardening. I'll get this to my editor right away. But we need to be careful. Elysium has eyes everywhere. As they discussed their next steps, Jack couldn't shake the feeling of impending danger. He knew that Elysium would be searching for them. We need to lay low until the story breaks, he warned. They'll be coming for us. Agreed, Maya said, glancing toward the door. Let's get you two somewhere safe. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Jack's heart raced. We need to move. They quickly slipped out of the warehouse, ducking into the shadows as a patrol car rolled by, its lights sweeping the area. Jack led them through a series of alleyways, every instinct on high alert. Once they were far enough away, Jack turned to Maya. Thank you for helping us. We'll be in touch. Maya nodded, her expression fierce. Stay safe. I'll make sure this gets out. As they parted ways, Jack and Elena found themselves back in the streets of Night City, their hearts pounding with adrenaline. What now? Elena asked, glancing around. We lay low for a while and wait for the news to break, Jack said, trying to catch his breath. Then we'll figure out our next move. Over the next few days, they stayed hidden, relying on Jack's contacts for information while watching the news for any developments. Each evening, they huddled together, poring over the files they'd obtained, looking for any additional leads. Finally, late one night, Jack's phone buzzed. It was a news alert: Elysium Dynamics under investigation following whistleblower claims. Jack felt a surge of hope. It's happening. Maya got the story out. Elena smiled, her eyes shining with determination. Now we need to act fast. They'll be on high alert, and if they suspect we're involved, they'll come for us, Jack finished, his mind racing. But we can't let them intimidate us. We have to find your brother before it's too late. They decided to return to the convention center, where they believed Elysium was still hiding crucial information. We need a solid plan, Elena said, pacing the small space of Jack's office. Right. If we can get into their database again, we can find out where they're holding him, Jack replied, running a hand through his hair. But we need to distract security first. The next evening, they slipped back into the convention, this time more prepared. Armed with a mix of courage and desperation, they blended into the crowd, Jack's drone tucked away for the grand distraction. Once again, they waited for the right moment. As the lights dimmed for another product presentation, Jack activated the drone, sending it whirling into the air, drawing gasps and cheers from the crowd. This is it, Elena murmured, her heart racing. Let's go. They dashed toward the secure area, slipping through the same door as before, hearts pounding. Jack led the way, determined to find the information they needed. Just a little further, he whispered, adrenaline fueling their urgency. Elena hurried to the terminal, fingers flying over the keyboard as Jack kept watch, listening for any signs of approaching security. Come on, come on. Elena urged, her eyes flicking back to Jack. Just a few more seconds, Jack assured her, the tension in the air thickening. Finally, the screen flashed with information. Got it. Elena exclaimed, scanning the names and files. They moved him to an underground facility. Where? Jack asked, urgency lacing his voice. Near the docks, she replied, a mix of excitement and fear in her tone. We need to go, now. But just as they were about to make their escape, the alarms blared once more, lights flashing ominously. Jack! Elena shouted, panic rising in her voice, run! Jack yelled, grabbing her hand as they bolted from the room, sprinting down the hallway as security flooded in behind them. They raced through the building, their hearts pounding in unison as they dashed for the exit. Jack could hear the guards shouting, their footsteps pounding against the floor as they pursued. Almost there, he shouted, adrenaline surging through him. As they burst through the exit, Jack spotted an old maintenance door and yanked it open, pushing Elena through just as they heard the shouts behind them. They stumbled into the alley, quickly ducking behind a dumpster to catch their breath, their hearts racing. Did we lose them? Elena gasped, her eyes wide. For now, Jack said, his voice steadying. But we need to move fast. We can't let them catch us. They navigated the dimly lit streets, finally arriving at the docks, a place where the shadows seemed to come alive. Jack felt a sense of foreboding as they approached the underground facility, the air thick with tension. Stay close, he whispered, his instincts kicking in as they made their way inside. The facility was a maze of concrete and metal, dimly lit and echoing with distant sounds. Jack's heart raced as they crept through the corridors, the adrenaline coursing through his veins. Where do we start? Elena asked, her eyes scanning the area. We need to find the control room, Jack replied, determined to uncover the truth. That's where they'll have everything documented. As they made their way deeper into the facility, they encountered a series of locked doors, their hearts pounding with every step. There has to be a way in, Elena murmured, studying the security panel beside the door. Jack took a breath, adrenaline spiking. Let me try something. He pulled out his drone, quickly programming it to distract the cameras while he and Elena worked on the lock. As the drone zipped away, they heard the faint whir of the mechanism almost there. Jack urged, his fingers deftly navigating the panel. Finally, with a click, the door swung open, revealing a room filled with monitors and equipment. This is it! Elena exclaimed, her eyes wide as she stepped inside. We can find out where they're holding him. Jack rushed to the nearest terminal, quickly scanning the screens for any signs of her brother. As he worked, he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, his instinct screaming at him, Jack, over here. Elena called, her voice breaking through his thoughts. He turned to see her pointing at a monitor displaying a live feed of a holding area. That's him, she shouted, her heart racing as she recognized her brother. Let's get him out, Jack said, determination flooding his veins. But before they could make their next move, the sound of footsteps echoed through the hallway. Jack felt a surge of panic. We need to hurry. Elena nodded, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she accessed the security systems. I can unlock the doors from here. Just keep an eye out. Jack positioned himself near the entrance, listening intently as the footsteps grew closer. Hurry, he urged. Finally, the door clicked open, revealing a series of dimly lit holding cells. There. Elena pointed. That's where they're keeping him. They rushed down the corridor, heartbeats pounding in their ears. Jack felt a surge of hope as they approached the cell, but just as he reached for the door, it swung open, revealing a security guard with a gun drawn. Stop right there, the guard shouted. Jack barely had time to react. Run, he yelled, pushing Elena away from the guard's aim. They dashed down the corridor as the guard shouted for backup, the sounds of footsteps echoing behind them. Jack's heart raced as he led Elena through the winding halls, desperation driving them forward. Where do we go? She gasped, her breath coming in quick bursts. Anywhere but here. Jack replied, scanning their surroundings for an exit. They stumbled into a large room filled with machinery, the dim lights flickering overhead. Jack could hear the guards closing in, their shouts echoing through the hallways, over there. Elena pointed to a side door, and they bolted for it, slipping inside just as the guards rounded the corner. Breathless, they found themselves in a storage area filled with crates and equipment. "What now?" Elena asked, her voice trembling with urgency. Jack glanced around, his mind racing. "We can hide here for a moment and plan our next move." They crouched behind a crate, hearts pounding as the sounds of footsteps echoed closer. "Where did they go?" a guard shouted. "They can't have gotten far." "Keep looking," another replied, their voices fading as they moved down the corridor. Jack took a deep breath, glancing at Elena. "We need to make a move soon. We can't stay here forever." She nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "Let's find a way out of here." They crept through the storage area, carefully avoiding detection as they navigated through the crates. Finally, they spotted a door leading outside. "Let's go," Jack whispered, pushing the door open just enough for them to slip through. They stepped outside, the night air hitting their faces as they found themselves at the edge of the facility. "Which way?" Elena asked, looking around nervously. "Toward the water," Jack replied, pointing toward the docks. "We'll find a boat or something to get us out of here." As they sprinted toward the water, Jack felt a surge of hope mingled with fear. They were so close to freedom, yet the threat loomed large behind them. Just as they reached the docks, they heard the unmistakable sound of sirens in the distance. "We need to hurry," Jack urged, glancing back. They raced toward a row of boats, frantically searching for one that was accessible. Jack spotted an old fishing boat, its engine still intact. "This one," he shouted, sprinting toward it. Elena followed, her heart pounding. "Can you drive it?" "Only one way to find out," Jack replied, quickly climbing aboard. He fumbled with the controls, adrenaline coursing through his veins as he tried to remember everything he'd seen in movies. Come on," Elena urged, her eyes scanning the docks for any sign of pursuing guards. With a sputter, the engine roared to life, and Jack grinned. "We're in business." They took off, the boat cutting through the water as they left the docks behind. But just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, Jack spotted lights flashing behind them. "Jack!" Elena exclaimed, her voice filled with panic. "They're coming after us." "Hold on!" Jack yelled, gripping the steering wheel as he tried to outmaneuver the approaching patrol boats. With the wind whipping through their hair, they zigzagged through the water, Jack's heart racing as he navigated the boat. He could see the guards closing in, their shouts echoing across the waves. "Faster!" Elena shouted, her fear palpable. "I'm trying," Jack replied, pushing the boat to its limits. They weaved between the larger ships in the harbor, hoping to lose their pursuers in the chaos. Finally, Jack spotted a narrow opening between two larger vessels. "There! We can lose them in the harbor." With determination, he turned the boat sharply, squeezing through the narrow gap as the guards shouted behind them. They emerged into the open water, the night sky stretching above them. Jack could feel the adrenaline coursing through his veins, heart pounding in time with the engine. "Keep going," Elena urged, her eyes wide as they raced away from the chaos. Jack pushed the boat further into the darkness, the lights of the city fading behind them. They finally slowed, the sound of the waves lapping against the hull a welcome relief. "We did it," Elena said, her voice filled with disbelief as they floated in the quiet. "Yeah, but we're not safe yet," Jack reminded her, scanning the horizon. "We need to find a place to lay low until we can regroup." They steered the boat toward a nearby island, hoping to find shelter for the night. As they docked, Jack felt a surge of hope. They had escaped for now, but the battle was far from over. As they stepped onto the shore, Jack turned to Elena. "We're going to get your brother back. I promise." Elena nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "We're in this together." With the stars shining above them, they set off into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. In a world where the government had perfected a technology known as the superbrain, individuality was all but extinct. This state-of-the-art system monitored thoughts and actions, ensuring that everyone stayed in line. Ironically, the technology was introduced as a voluntary enhancement to help citizens lead happier, more productive lives. The truth, however, was as grim as it was absurd. The government was using it to control every aspect of human existence. Alex Chen, a 30-something programmer with a penchant for sarcasm, found himself trapped in the labyrinth of cubicles that made up the Ministry of Thought Control. Each day blended into the next, filled with tedious coding and mind-numbing meetings. He was the quintessential office drone, a cog in the machine, working tirelessly on the very code that ensnared the population. The office was bright, sterile, and buzzing with the sounds of keyboards clacking and coffee machines whirring. Alex often found himself lost in thought, or, more accurately, struggling against it. He had a talent for finding humor in the most mundane situations. Just last week, he had accidentally sent a cat meme to the entire department instead of the weekly compliance report. The fallout had been spectacular, a flood of laughter that spread like wildfire, but it also led to his being called into the manager's office, where the stern-faced Ms. Harding had admonished him about professionalism. Today, as he stared at his computer screen, Alex found himself caught in another moment of comedic absurdity. He had spilled coffee all over his colleague Brenda's keyboard while attempting to juggle his breakfast bagel and an urgent email. The ensuing chaos had drawn the attention of everyone in the vicinity. While Brenda fumed, Alex couldn't help but chuckle. He was now the proud owner of a very public coffee incident, the kind of mishap that would haunt his nightmares, or perhaps fuel his creative writing ambitions. Just as he was about to make a half-hearted apology, something unexpected caught his eye on the screen. There was a peculiar line of code nestled within the superbrain's algorithm. Alex squinted at it, confusion giving way to curiosity. He had spent years crafting this system, yet he had never seen this particular sequence before. He leaned closer, excitement bubbling within him as he realized this was a vulnerability. A flaw that could be exploited. His mind raced. Could he actually use this flaw to break free from the system's grasp? The idea of a rebellion, however small, sent shivers down his spine. Was it possible? Was he really considering taking on the very government that had orchestrated a life of blissful submission? Before he could dwell too long on his revolutionary thoughts, Ms. Harding's voice sliced through the air. "Chen! Get back to work," she snapped, her glare sharp enough to cut through steel. As he returned to his coding, the thought of the vulnerability buzzed in his head like an annoying fly. A rebellion, a chance to defy the system. He had to explore this further. But how? How could he act without alerting the superbrain? That evening, fueled by a mix of caffeine and adrenaline, Alex plopped down at his desk at home, eager to dive into the code. Hours passed as he lost himself in the intricate web of programming. He could almost feel the superbrain pulsing in the background, unaware of the storm brewing in the heart of its architect. When the clock struck midnight, he finally leaned back, stretching his arms above his head. "I've got it," he exclaimed, startling his cat, Mocha, who stared at him as if he had lost his mind. Alex chuckled. Well, at least you're not wired to the super brain, huh? His excitement was short-lived, though. As he pondered his next steps, doubt crept in. What if he failed? What if he triggered a security alert? He couldn't go back to being just another cog. No, he had to find allies, people who believed in freedom, who craved individuality. But where would he find such people in a world that had learned to embrace conformity? The next day, he stumbled upon Sam, a conspiracy theorist with an unkempt beard and an arsenal of wild ideas. Sam had a knack for spotting government cover-ups and often held forth in the local cafe about the impending doom of the superbrain. Initially dismissing him as just another nut, Alex found himself intrigued. After a few awkward exchanges over too many cups of coffee, they struck an unlikely alliance. Think about it, man. Sam exclaimed, waving his arms dramatically. We're all just puppets dancing to the government's tune. If we can expose this flaw, we could free ourselves. Alex felt a surge of enthusiasm mixed with apprehension. Okay, but how do we even begin? Simple. Sam said, grinning like a madman. We'll need to spread the word. Find others who are disillusioned. There's bound to be a resistance out there. We just have to look in the right places. With Sam's enthusiasm, Alex began to imagine a network of like-minded individuals, each ready to join the fight against the absurdity of their controlled lives. Their first meeting took place at an underground cafe, an eccentric establishment known as the Discontent Cafe, where mismatched furniture and walls plastered with protest posters created an atmosphere that felt electric. There, they met Lily, Alex's tech-savvy neighbor. Initially skeptical of Alex's sanity, she soon warmed up to their cause when they presented the vulnerability. Let me get this straight, she said, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. You found a way to disconnect people from the super brain temporarily? Exactly. Alex replied, excitement bubbling in his voice. We can send a message through the system without them knowing. The trio spent hours brainstorming and plotting, each idea more ludicrous than the last. Their planning sessions were filled with absurdity, like the time they tried to communicate via meme references, leading to an entire debate about the most appropriate Shrek quotes for their mission. Weeks passed as they crafted their plan, growing closer with each ridiculous mishap. Alex's coffee spills and Sam's wild theories became running jokes, a testament to their burgeoning friendship. As the day of their planned action approached, the air buzzed with anticipation. Would they really be able to send their message during the government gala? Would anyone even care? On the day of the gala, the grand ballroom was a spectacle of glitz and glamour, adorned with shimmering lights and extravagant decorations. Alex felt a mix of excitement and fear as they slipped into the venue, blending into the crowd of oblivious attendees. The plan was simple. They would create a diversion, allowing Alex to upload their message through the super brain. As the evening unfolded, the trio executed their plan with surprising finesse, like a three-legged dog navigating an obstacle course. Just as the gala reached its peak, with speeches touting the super brain's benefits, Alex activated their signal. The message flashed across screens: think for yourself. The super brain doesn't own you. For a brief moment, the room fell silent as the attendees processed the words. Then chaos erupted. People experienced brief moments of free thought, leading to outlandish outbursts. A politician declaring his love for pineapple on pizza, a celebrity proclaiming her desire to open a cat sanctuary, and a banker openly weeping for his lost dreams of becoming a poet. Laughter mingled with confusion, a delightful cocktail of humanity rediscovering itself. But as the revelry reached its zenith, alarms blared, and Alex's heart sank. The government had anticipated a breach. New safeguards had been activated, and their moment of triumph turned into a frantic escape. The trio sprinted through the ballroom, weaving past bewildered guests and dodging security personnel. Each moment was fraught with comedic disaster. Sam tripped over a table, sending hors d'oeuvres flying, while Alex's pants caught on a chair, nearly dragging him back. "Keep moving," Lily shouted, her voice barely audible over the chaos. Just as they reached the exit, they were confronted by a cadre of agents. Alex's stomach dropped. They were cornered, with no escape in sight. But then, in a moment of clarity, he realized that the real strength of the super brain lay not in its control but in the connections people made when they were free to think. "We have to broadcast this," he said, his voice steady. "Show them the truth." Lily nodded, her eyes wide with determination. Together, they turned to face the agents, channeling their fear into courage. "We may be outnumbered," Alex said, "but we have the power of ideas." In a whirlwind of clever maneuvering, they exploited the remaining flaws in the system, rallying the crowd. "You are not alone. Think for yourselves." Alex's voice rang out, echoing in the chaos. The agents faltered, momentarily confused by the wave of humanity surging against them. In that instant, the trio seized their chance, slipping through the throngs of people who had begun to awaken to their own thoughts. Outside, the streets were alive with energy. The broadcast had inspired a movement, and people began to gather, shouting for freedom and individuality. The government, taken aback, scrambled to regain control, but the tide had turned. Days turned into weeks as the resistance grew, fueled by Alex, Sam, and Lily's efforts. They found themselves at the forefront of a new revolution, rallying individuals to reclaim their minds and lives from the clutches of the super brain. As the sun set over the city, casting long shadows over the streets filled with protesters, Alex stood alongside his friends, taking in the scene. The laughter, the shouts, the vibrant energy, it was all so refreshing. "Can you believe it?" Sam said, his grin wide. "We actually did it. We started a movement," Lily added, her eyes sparkling. "And it feels amazing." Alex looked at them, a mix of disbelief and pride swelling within him. Who would have thought that a coffee spill would lead to this? As the crowd began to chant, "Think for yourself. Free your mind," Alex couldn't help but join in. "Free Thoughts Incorporated," he quipped, a smirk playing on his lips. "I should totally start a tech company dedicated to this." And with that, the three friends stood united, ready to face whatever absurdity the future held, their lives forever changed by the power of connection and the joy of reclaiming their own thoughts. The government may have tried to dominate their minds, but in that moment, they realized the most potent force of all was the simple act of thinking freely, and the laughter that came with it. In the days that followed, the momentum of the resistance only grew stronger. What had started as a haphazard trio of unlikely revolutionaries had blossomed into a vibrant community of thinkers, dreamers, and doers. They were gathering in makeshift meeting spots, coffee shops, parks, anywhere they could exchange ideas without the looming threat of the super brain overhead. Alex, Sam, and Lily became unofficial leaders, each bringing their unique flair to the burgeoning movement. The first few meetings were raucous affairs, full of animated discussions, laughter, and sometimes heated debates. People from all walks of life joined, eager to share their stories of life under the super brain. There were artists who had felt their creativity stifled, entrepreneurs who had watched their innovative ideas quashed, and everyday citizens who simply longed for the freedom to express their thoughts without fear of repercussions. During one meeting at the Discontent Cafe, the walls pulsated with energy. A local artist named Zoe had taken the initiative to create art that reflected their struggle, her paintings vibrant and chaotic, filled with splashes of color that seemed to breathe life into the room. "Art should reflect our reality," she proclaimed, her voice passionate. "And right now, our reality is one of control, but we're fighting back." Alex, standing near the front, couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. "We're not just fighting for our own freedom, we're fighting for everyone who feels trapped," he added, his heart racing. "We need to amplify our message. Let's get more creative, use art, music, anything that can spread the word." Sam, ever the conspiracy theorist, leaned in, eyes sparkling. "What if we organize a city-wide art event? A festival that showcases our voices? We could create a wave of thought-provoking pieces that challenge the narrative of the superbrain." "Brilliant idea!" Lily exclaimed, her enthusiasm contagious. "We could call it Free Your Mind Fest. We can bring together musicians, artists, and speakers, anyone who believes in what we're doing." As they brainstormed, the air thickened with possibility. Ideas flew around the table, each one building upon the last, creating a tapestry of collaboration that felt electric. They planned everything meticulously, from setting up venues to reaching out to local artists and musicians, all while ensuring that the superbrain's watchful gaze would be distracted. The day of the festival arrived with an unexpected burst of sunshine. The streets were transformed into a celebration of free thought, dotted with stalls displaying art that challenged the norm. Banners proclaiming slogans like "Think for Yourself" and "Reclaim Your Mind" flapped in the gentle breeze, as musicians played tunes that resonated with the spirit of rebellion. Alex stood on a makeshift stage, taking a moment to soak it all in. The park was filled with laughter, music, and the vibrant energy of people reclaiming their individuality. It was beautiful chaos. "This is what we've fought for," he thought, his heart swelling with pride. When he stepped up to the microphone, the crowd fell silent, eyes fixed on him. "Thank you all for being here today," he began, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "We are here because we refuse to be controlled. We are here to celebrate our minds, our creativity, and our right to think freely. Together, we can break the chains that bind us." The crowd erupted into applause, their cheers echoing through the park. It felt like the world was waking up around him. As he looked out at the sea of faces, he spotted Sam and Lily in the front row, their smiles wide and encouraging. "Let's continue to support each other," Alex urged, the passion in his voice infectious. "Let's not just stop here. Let's build a future where our thoughts can flow freely, where creativity isn't stifled by fear. Together, we can make a difference." As the day unfolded, artists unveiled their pieces, each more daring than the last. One installation featured a giant mural depicting a world where thoughts were free, contrasting it against the oppressive black and white backdrop of the superbrain's control. Another performance piece involved dancers who embodied the struggle against the system, their movements both graceful and raw, echoing the fight for freedom. The festival continued late into the evening, the sun dipping low and casting a golden glow over everything. People mingled, sharing stories and forging connections. Alex felt a sense of camaraderie he had never experienced before. The energy was palpable, and laughter filled the air like music. As twilight settled in, the mood shifted to something more reflective. A local poet took the stage, her words weaving a tapestry of emotion that resonated deeply with the crowd. "We have lived in the shadows of control," she recited, her voice smooth yet powerful. "But today, we stand in the light of our own minds, unshackled and ready to soar." Alex felt a lump in his throat. The truth in her words echoed through him, filling him with an overwhelming sense of hope. This was what they had worked for, a community rising against the absurdity that had sought to stifle them. As the festival wound down, the trio gathered together, basking in the glow of their success. "I can't believe we pulled it off," Sam said, his voice brimming with excitement. "This is just the beginning." "Absolutely," Lily agreed, a fierce determination in her eyes. "We've shown that people want this. We need to keep the momentum going." "Right," Alex said, a smile stretching across his face. "We've got to keep the conversations alive. Let's plan more events, more discussions. We need to reach people who are still under the superbrain's influence. We can't stop now." Their laughter mingled with the fading music of the festival, a sound of triumph echoing into the night. They were no longer just a trio of friends, they were the nucleus of a movement, a beacon of hope in a world that had once seemed so dim. But as the glow of success warmed their spirits, the harsh reality loomed just outside their celebratory bubble. The government had taken note of their uprising. Alex, Sam, and Lily were acutely aware that they were now targets, their faces no longer just anonymous cogs in the machine. They had stirred the pot, and the government was not about to let this rebellion go unchecked. In the days that followed, the trio began to receive threats. It started with anonymous messages, vague warnings urging them to cease their activities. But they brushed them off, emboldened by the energy of the festival and the connections they had made. They were fighting for something bigger than themselves, and they refused to back down. However, as the weeks went on, the threats escalated. Alex began to notice unmarked vehicles parked near his apartment, shadowy figures lurking just outside his line of sight. Every time he stepped outside, he felt the weight of scrutiny. The once familiar streets began to feel suffocating, and he couldn't shake the sense that they were being hunted. One night, while working late at the cafe, Alex received an urgent message from Lily. "Meet us at our usual spot. It's important." His stomach dropped as he quickly packed up his laptop. He dashed through the dimly lit streets, heart racing. What could have happened? When he arrived at the Discontent Cafe, he found Sam and Lily huddled together, their faces etched with concern. "What's going on?" Alex asked, the tension in the air palpable. "It's getting serious," Lily said, her voice low. "I just heard from one of our contacts that they're planning to crack down on us. They want to shut down the movement before it grows any bigger." Alex's heart sank. "What do we do?" "We can't go into hiding," Sam interjected, a spark of defiance igniting in his eyes. "We need to stand our ground. But we have to be smart about it. We can't give them any more ammunition." After a tense discussion, they agreed to ramp up their efforts to spread awareness while remaining vigilant. They would continue organizing meetings, but they would do so discreetly, utilizing encrypted channels to communicate and setting up new locations on the fly. Over the next few weeks, the trio worked tirelessly. They organized small gatherings, but they were no longer held at the Discontent Cafe. Instead, they met in secret locations, using old warehouses and community centers that didn't attract much attention. They also began to employ a network of allies, sharing the responsibility of organizing and spreading the word. Despite their precautions, the government's watchful eye never wavered. Alex felt increasingly anxious as the threat loomed overhead, and he noticed that his friends shared his unease. They were fighting for their freedom, but the cost was becoming more apparent with each passing day. One evening, as they huddled together in a dimly lit warehouse, Sam leaned forward, his expression serious. "We need a game plan. If they're watching us, we have to be one step ahead." Lily nodded. "We should consider a public demonstration, something that can't be ignored. But we have to make sure it's safe." We can't let them silence us. Alex's mind raced. What if we organize a march? We can rally people to come out and show their support. We'll create a wave of momentum that's impossible to ignore. The idea electrified the room. They began discussing logistics, planning a date, and spreading the word discreetly among their network. They knew it was a risk, but the thought of people coming together in solidarity felt like the only way forward. As the date approached, the air was thick with anticipation. Flyers circulated through underground channels, urging people to join the march for free thought and individuality. Alex felt a mix of excitement and dread as he watched the numbers grow. The movement was expanding, but so was the risk. On the day of the march, a palpable energy filled the streets. Alex stood among the crowd, feeling a surge of pride as he looked around at the sea of faces, familiar and new, gathered in defiance of the superbrain. They held signs, chanted slogans, and embodied the spirit of change. As the march began, Alex found himself at the front, alongside Sam and Lily. "This is it," he shouted over the roar of the crowd. "We're not just a voice, we're a movement." The atmosphere was electric, a powerful symphony of determination. But just as they rounded a corner, the sound of sirens pierced the air. Alex's heart raced as he glanced back to see a line of government agents moving in, their expressions grim. "Stay together," Lily shouted, trying to keep the group united. The crowd surged, a wave of panic spreading through the throng as people turned to flee, but Alex felt a strange calm wash over him. This was their moment. They had to stand firm. "No! Don't run," he yelled, raising his hands to the crowd. "We won't let them intimidate us." For a brief moment, the crowd hesitated, uncertainty flickering across faces. But then, a few brave souls began to chant louder. "Free our minds! Free our minds!" The words echoed, reverberating through the streets. Feeling a rush of adrenaline, Alex took a deep breath. "We are the voice of the people. We will not be silenced." The chant grew, swelling into a roar that filled the air, drowning out the sound of sirens. Alex felt the unity of the crowd, their determination amplifying his own. They were no longer just individuals, they were a collective force. As the agents moved closer, the crowd held its ground. People stood shoulder to shoulder, unwavering in their commitment to freedom. And then, as if the universe itself had conspired to amplify their defiance, a strange, magical thing happened. A few members of the crowd began to break into song, their voices lifting into the air. "This land is your land, this land is my land," the song rippled through the crowd, infectious and powerful. One by one, more voices joined in, harmonizing in a beautiful cacophony that overwhelmed the police presence. It was a moment of pure connection, a demonstration of solidarity that transcended the fear that had threatened to rip them apart. The agents halted, momentarily disarmed by the spectacle. And in that instant, the tide turned. The crowd erupted into a spirited dance, swirling around the agents, who stood frozen in disbelief. The moment was surreal. Laughter and joy intermingled with the chants, as the march transformed into a celebration of resilience. People spun and twirled, their fears fading into the background as they embraced the joy of being together, of standing for something greater. As the song reached its climax, Alex caught a glimpse of Sam and Lily, their faces lit with triumph. They had turned fear into a celebration, and in doing so, they had proven that the spirit of individuality could not be crushed. But just as the energy peaked, the agents regrouped, their resolve hardening. They began to push forward, attempting to break the formation of the crowd. Alex's heart sank as he watched, knowing the danger they faced, "Form a line," he shouted, desperation seeping into his voice. "Don't let them divide us." The crowd responded, moving in unison to create a barrier against the agents. Alex felt a surge of adrenaline as he joined the front line, standing shoulder to shoulder with his fellow marchers. Together, they formed a wall of resistance, unyielding and steadfast. As the agents advanced, it became clear that they underestimated the power of a united people. The chants grew louder, more fervent, as the crowd stood firm. "Free our minds! Free our minds!" In that moment, Alex understood the significance of what they were doing. They were not just fighting against the superbrain, they were fighting for their right to exist as individuals, to think, to feel, and to express themselves freely. The agents faltered, caught off guard by the determination of the crowd. The song morphed into a rallying cry, a declaration of their unwillingness to back down. Realizing that they couldn't quell the uprising with brute force, the government agents retreated, their authority waning in the face of collective spirit. The crowd erupted into cheers, their victory echoing through the streets. As the agents withdrew, Alex felt a wave of relief wash over him. They had faced down oppression with unity and joy, and they had won, if only for that moment. In the aftermath, people embraced one another, laughter and tears mingling in the air. Alex found himself swept up in the celebration, surrounded by new friends and old allies. "I can't believe we did it," Sam shouted, his voice barely audible over the din of excitement. "It's not over yet," Lily replied, her expression serious but proud. "This is just the beginning. We have to keep fighting." As the crowd began to disperse, Alex felt a profound sense of purpose settle within him. They had sparked something powerful, a fire that could not be extinguished. With Sam and Lily by his side, he knew they would continue to challenge the superbrain and inspire others to join the fight. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the streets, Alex took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the world shifting. They were no longer just fighting for their own freedom, they were igniting a movement that would change the course of their lives and the lives of countless others. Together, they would forge a path toward a future where individuality flourished, and the power of free thought triumphed over control. The road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but they were ready to face whatever lay ahead, armed with the unbreakable bond of solidarity and the indomitable spirit of humanity. The fight for freedom had only just begun. And in that certainty, Alex felt a renewed sense of hope. They would not back down. They would not be silenced. This was their moment, and they would seize it with all the laughter, creativity, and courage they could muster. The story of their rebellion was far from over. It was only the beginning of a new chapter, one that would echo through the hearts and minds of people yearning to break free from the chains of conformity. With a determined heart, Alex stepped forward into the future, ready to embrace the adventures and challenges that awaited. The world was ripe with possibility, and together, they would shape it. In a near-future metropolis where neon lights flickered like fireflies and the air buzzed with the hum of technology, Max Voss was a man of metal and humor. His clinic, Voss Enhancements, was a bustling hub for the city's eccentric elite, where people transformed their bodies with flashy cybernetic upgrades that were as ridiculous as they were high-tech. On a particularly busy Tuesday, Max was knee-deep in consultations. He had just finished with a client whose request for a diamond-studded mechanical leg left him pondering the priorities of the human condition. His next appointment was a whirlwind of color and confidence, Gigi, a social media influencer with a penchant for the extravagant. "Max, I need my arm upgraded," she exclaimed, bouncing into the room, her pink hair bouncing along with her. "I want something that really pops. Maybe with a built-in confetti cannon?" She struck a pose, winking at the mirror. Max raised an eyebrow, a smirk creeping onto his lips. A confetti cannon? Gigi, do you want to become the life of the party or just get people to take you seriously? Oh, both, obviously. And maybe a retractable selfie stick? I can't have my followers missing out on the fun. She flared her arms, as if showcasing the potential of her new mechanical appendage. Max chuckled as he began the consultation, jotting down her whims. So, you want an arm that's more of a party favor than a tool? Exactly. And let's add some sparkles. You know, to really drive the point home. Just as Max was about to finalize the comically extravagant specs for Gigi's new arm, a loud alarm echoed through the clinic, causing both of them to jump. A holographic screen flickered to life above the reception desk, displaying a slick advertisement for Elysium Tech, the leading company in cybernetic enhancements. The ad featured beaming former clients, now mostly mechanical, performing feats of strength and speed. Yet, something about their eyes felt hollow. It was as if their humanity had been traded away for shiny upgrades. Oh wow, look at that! Gigi exclaimed, her excitement quickly waning. Is that what we're headed toward? I don't want to be a mindless machine. Max frowned, a seed of worry sprouting in his mind. Maybe it's time we take a closer look at who's behind these enhancements. The door swung open, and a figure stepped in. It was Leo, a previous client whose robotic modifications had gone far beyond what Max had deemed appropriate. Leo was unrecognizable, his once animated face replaced by a cold, metallic visage that barely resembled a human being. He looked like someone had taken all the warmth from a person and packaged it in chrome. Max, Leo said, his voice devoid of its former charm, we need to talk. About your upgrades? I'm afraid I can't be responsible if you keep turning yourself into a toaster, Max joked, but his smile faded as he saw the seriousness in Leo's eyes. It's not a joke. Elysium Tech is doing something sinister. They're not just enhancing us, they're erasing our humanity. Max raised an eyebrow. You're not just saying that because you can't feel your emotions anymore? Leo leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I'm serious. They're planning something big, Max. A global, mechanical awakening. It's going to strip everyone of their humanity, and it's happening fast. As Leo recounted disturbing tales of other clients who had vanished after extreme modifications, Max felt a shiver run down his spine. This was more than just a client's fear, this was a genuine threat. All right, Leo, Max said, his tone shifting from light-hearted banter to serious determination. I'll look into it. But if I find you've become a full-blown cyborg, I'll have to charge you for the therapy. With that, Leo nodded, a hint of hope flickering in his robotic gaze as he left the clinic. Max turned back to Gigi, who was now scrolling through her phone, her enthusiasm dampened. Let's dial back that arm idea, Max said, his mind racing. How about a simpler upgrade? Something that won't turn you into a walking advertisement for Elysium? As Gigi pondered, Max couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. He decided to take matters into his own hands. If Elysium Tech was the root of the problem, he would expose them. The next day, Max found himself in a makeshift headquarters at Nina's apartment. Nina was a brilliant hacker and a good friend, known for her rebellious spirit and unmatched skills in exposing corporate corruption. Her place was cluttered with wires, monitors, and the aroma of burnt coffee, a true hacker's lair. Max, you've got to see this! Nina exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she leaned over her dual screens. Elysium Tech is holding a tech expo next week. They're showcasing their latest enhancements, and I've got a ticket. Is it a ticket to your doom? Because if we're going to expose them, we need more than just fancy gadgets and questionable corporate ethics, Max replied, leaning back in a rickety chair that creaked ominously. Nina chuckled. Come on, it'll be fun. We'll dress up as corporate reps, sneak in, and dig up the dirt. Besides, I could use a bit of excitement. Max sighed but couldn't resist her enthusiasm. All right, but if we get caught, I'm blaming you. As the Tech Expo day arrived, Max and Nina donned ill-fitting suits that screamed undercover. They blended in with the throngs of eager attendees, their eyes wide with anticipation and a hint of skepticism. Max couldn't help but admire the sheer scale of the event: flashing lights, futuristic demonstrations, and people eagerly awaiting the next big enhancement. Look at them, Nina whispered, nodding toward a group of attendees who were practically drooling over a display of glimmering robotic limbs. They're like kids in a candy store. It's both hilarious and terrifying. Yeah, and we're the candy store owners, Max replied, scanning the crowd. Let's find out what Elysium is really up to. The duo navigated the expo, ducking behind booths and peering over screens. They witnessed demonstrations of enhancements that defied the limits of human ability: mechanical legs that could jump skyscrapers, eyes that saw in infrared, and even an entire body modification package that promised to turn you into a real-life superhero. But as they delved deeper, the atmosphere shifted. There was an undercurrent of fear masked by excitement, and whispers of discontent began to surface. Max overheard snippets of conversations about clients who had vanished or returned completely altered, their personalities stripped away. Max, we need to check out that back room, Nina said, pulling him toward a restricted area marked with a stern "Employees Only" sign. Do you have an ID badge that says "Infiltrator Extraordinaire"? Max quipped, but as he looked at Nina's determined expression, he knew she had a plan. A quick hack on the door panel, and they slipped inside, heart rates racing. The room was dimly lit, filled with advanced technology and large screens displaying graphs and data streams. It looked like the nerve center for Elysium's operations. Here we go, Nina said, typing rapidly on her portable device. Let's see what secrets Elysium is hiding. As the screens flickered, revealing confidential files, Max's stomach dropped. There were reports on client modifications, charts detailing mental decline post-enhancement, and the chilling outline of the upcoming virus release intended to trigger the mechanical awakening. Holy, this is worse than I thought, Max muttered, eyes widening. They're actually planning to control everyone. Just then, the door swung open, and in walked Dr. Silas Kane, the charismatic CEO of Elysium Tech. He was flanked by security personnel, and his piercing gaze swept across the room. Ah, what do we have here? Kane's voice oozed charm, but Max could sense the threat underlying it. Two curious little mice caught in my maze. Caught? We prefer to think of it as taking a shortcut to the truth, Max shot back, his bravado masking his fear. Is that so? I commend your spirit, but you've stepped into a game far beyond your comprehension. Kane stepped closer, a predatory smile on his lips. This world is evolving, and you're either with us or... Suddenly, the lights flickered, and the room plunged into chaos as alarms blared. Security rushed in, but before they could act, Nina swiftly executed a virus of her own, disabling the security systems. Run! Max shouted, grabbing Nina's hand as they dashed through the commotion, adrenaline propelling them forward. Outside, the streets were a swirl of activity, the Tech Expo in full chaos as attendees rushed for exits. Max and Nina slipped away, hearts pounding but triumph coursing through their veins. With the evidence secured, they returned to Max's clinic, where they could plan their next move. "We have to expose this," Max insisted, pacing the room. "People need to know what's happening." "But how?" "Elysium has the media in its pocket," Nina replied, frustration etched on her face. "Not if we go grassroots. We can create a buzz online, leak the documents, hold a community meeting. Show people what's really at stake," Max suggested. As they brainstormed, Gigi burst into the clinic, still glowing from her influencer escapades. "What's going on? You two look like you just escaped from a horror movie." Max quickly filled her in, and Gigi's face transformed from confusion to determination. "Count me in. My followers trust me. I can help get the message out." The trio sprang into action, organizing a community meeting that would become the focal point of their resistance against Elysium Tech. Max crafted a speech that combined humor with hard-hitting truths, weaving in his experiences and the bizarre testimonies of former clients. The day of the meeting arrived, and the clinic buzzed with anxious energy. A crowd gathered, drawn by Gigi's social media posts and the promise of revelations. As Max took the stage, he felt a mix of excitement and fear. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, looking out at the diverse audience, "we're here today to talk about what it means to be human in a world that seems hell-bent on turning us into machines." Laughter bubbled up at his opener, easing the tension. Max shared stories of his experiences, weaving in the absurdity of some enhancements while grounding it in the serious implications of losing one's humanity. He presented the evidence they'd gathered, showcasing the sinister plans of Elysium Tech. As he spoke, he saw nods of recognition and concern in the crowd. People were beginning to realize that they weren't just spectators in a tech-savvy world, they were participants, and they had the power to change the narrative. The meeting turned into a rallying cry. Attendees shared their own experiences, stories of enhancements that had gone too far or fears of losing their identities. The energy in the room shifted from confusion to determination as a community formed around a common cause. As the night drew to a close, Max felt a sense of hope. They might be up against a corporate giant, but they had each other, and that was a force to be reckoned with. Days turned into weeks, and the movement grew. Gigi's online presence amplified their message, drawing attention from local news outlets and activists alike. Max found himself at the forefront of a grassroots campaign advocating for ethical enhancements, reminding society of the beauty of imperfection and individuality. Then came the day of reckoning. Elysium Tech scheduled a press conference to address the growing backlash, and Max knew they had to seize the opportunity. With Nina hacking into the conference's live stream, they prepared to interrupt with their own message. As the conference began, Dr. Kane took the stage, attempting to dismiss the concerns raised by the community. "Let me assure you, our enhancements are safe and beneficial. The so-called mechanical awakening is a myth," Kane proclaimed, his confidence faltering under the scrutiny of the crowd. At that moment, Nina's fingers danced over her keyboard, and the screen behind Kane flickered to life, displaying the evidence Max had gathered. "Ladies and gentlemen," Max's voice boomed through the conference, "the truth is out. Elysium Tech is not just enhancing lives, they're endangering our humanity. You deserve to know the risks, the real story behind these so-called enhancements." Chaos erupted as attendees gasped, some demanding answers, while others turned to Kane in disbelief. As the crowd reacted, Max stepped forward, emboldened by the support of his community. "We're here to take back our humanity, to remind everyone that technology should empower, not control. Join us in advocating for a future where we embrace our imperfections." The crowd erupted into applause, and in that moment, Max felt the weight of the world lift off his shoulders. They were no longer fighting alone, they were a movement. In the aftermath, Elysium Tech faced backlash that shook the foundations of their empire. Investigations were launched, and many former clients came forward, sharing their stories, their warnings. Mechs' clinic transformed into a haven for responsible modifications, where enhancements were designed to support individuality rather than erase it. Gigi's confetti cannon arm became a symbol of quirky creativity, not a lifeless enhancement. As Mechs looked around his bustling clinic, he realized that their fight had sparked a movement, one that championed the essence of humanity amidst the relentless march of technology. "Hey, Mechs," Nina called out, grinning. "What's next on our agenda? A workshop on embracing flaws?" Mechs laughed, shaking his head. "Only if you promise to teach people how to laugh at themselves. After all, we're all a little weird, and that's what makes us human." In a world where the line between human and machine had blurred, Mechs and his friends had found their footing, proving that humanity was worth fighting for, even if it came with a few mechanical quirks along the way. Mechs stood in his clinic, the air buzzing with a newfound energy. The movement they had sparked had grown beyond their wildest dreams. Clients lined up for responsible enhancements, eager to embrace their individuality rather than conform to the soulless standards set by Elysium Tech. Gigi was busy at the reception, chatting animatedly with a group of potential clients, her bright persona radiating hope and excitement. "Mechs, you've got to see this," Gigi called out, waving her tablet like a trophy. "Our hashtag is trending. Embrace Your Weird is blowing up on social media. People are sharing their stories, their quirks, and the enhancements they actually love." Mechs couldn't help but smile as he leaned over her shoulder, watching the flood of posts. Videos showcased everything from bizarre fashion choices to unique cybernetic modifications that celebrated imperfections. Each post was a reminder of why they had fought against the tide of corporate control. "This is amazing," Mechs replied, feeling a rush of pride. "It's not just about fighting back, it's about building something new." Nina walked in, her hair a wild mess of curls that seemed to match her exuberant spirit. "I just finished drafting a workshop curriculum. We're going to teach people how to customize their enhancements without losing their humanity. It'll be a safe space to explore creativity and self-expression." "Count me in," Gigi chimed in, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I can help promote it." Imagine influencers showcasing their quirks instead of just their latest upgrades. As they brainstormed ideas, the excitement in the room felt electric. Mechs could sense that they were on the brink of something special, a community that valued connection over conformity. This was a far cry from the days when he had questioned the morality of his work, and it filled him with a sense of purpose. But beneath the surface, Mechs still felt the lingering shadows of Elysium Tech. Dr. Kane had retreated from the spotlight, but Mechs knew that a wounded giant could be more dangerous than ever. It was only a matter of time before they struck back. Later that evening, after the clinic closed, Mechs and Nina settled into their usual post-work routine at a nearby cafe. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee enveloped them as they discussed their next steps. "So, what's the plan if Kane decides to retaliate?" Nina asked, her tone turning serious. "He's not the type to let this slide quietly." Mechs rubbed his temples, thinking. "We keep our community informed and engaged. If we make them feel empowered, they won't fall for any tricks Elysium might try." Nina nodded, but there was a flicker of worry in her eyes. "I'm just concerned about what he might do. The guy's ruthless. We need to stay a step ahead." "You're right," Mechs admitted. "We'll strengthen our security, keep our information encrypted, and if necessary, we'll go public with any threats. We won't let fear silence us." Just as they began mapping out a strategy, Gigi burst into the cafe, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "You won't believe who I just talked to. A reporter from the Tech Tribune wants to do a feature on us. They're interested in our story, the movement, everything." Max's heart raced at the prospect. That could amplify our reach dramatically. We need to present ourselves authentically, showing not just the issues but the solutions we're offering. Gigi clapped her hands together. Exactly. We can showcase client stories, their unique enhancements, and how they've embraced their quirks. This is our chance to shift the narrative. The trio spent the next few hours brainstorming ideas for the interview. They plotted out client testimonials, case studies of successful modifications, and even fun segments that highlighted the quirks of everyday life. Each idea served to reinforce their message. Embracing individuality was the true key to humanity. The day of the interview arrived, and the atmosphere in the clinic was electric. Max, Nina, and Gigi prepared to welcome the reporter, Angela Kim, a renowned journalist known for her incisive articles on technology and ethics. "Remember," Max said as he adjusted his tie in front of the mirror, "we want to come across as knowledgeable but relatable. Let's not lose our humor." "Got it, humor it is," Gigi replied, her playful grin giving Max confidence. Nina gave him a thumbs up, ready to tackle whatever questions came their way. When Angela arrived, she was all business at first, setting up her camera equipment and getting her notes in order. But as they began the interview, it quickly became apparent that she was genuinely interested in their cause. Max spoke about the importance of responsible enhancements, how their approach prioritized individuality, and the dangers of losing one's humanity to corporate interests. "Can you tell me about the community you've built?" Angela asked, her voice warm and inviting. Gigi leaned forward, her excitement palpable. "It's incredible. People are sharing their stories of how they've transformed their lives. We're not just fighting against Elysium, we're building a supportive network. It's all about celebrating the quirks that make us unique." Nina chimed in with enthusiasm, "And we're teaching people to enhance themselves creatively, to think outside the box when it comes to modifications. It's about empowerment, not control." As the interview progressed, laughter and stories flowed naturally. Max felt a sense of pride as he watched his friends shine. This was more than just an interview, it was a testament to their hard work and a celebration of the movement they had sparked. After the interview concluded, Angela turned off her camera and smiled. "Thank you all for your time. This is such an important conversation, and I'm excited to share your story with the world. Keep me updated on your workshops, I'd love to feature those too." Max thanked her, feeling a rush of optimism. As Angela left, Gigi squealed in delight. "That was amazing. I can't wait to see the article." Nina beamed, clearly feeling a sense of accomplishment. "We're making waves, Max. This is just the beginning." But as the trio celebrated their small victory, Max couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered in the back of his mind. He knew Elysium Tech wouldn't take their growing influence lightly. They were bound to retaliate, and when they did, they would come at them hard. Days passed, and the article published by Angela hit the web, quickly gaining traction. People began to flock to Voss enhancements, eager to learn more about the movement and how they could take control of their modifications. The atmosphere in the clinic transformed. It buzzed with creativity and collaboration, a safe space where people shared their stories and celebrated their identities. But amid the success, Max kept a watchful eye on the news. Elysium Tech had gone quiet, and Max sensed a storm brewing. Then, one afternoon, as he was wrapping up a consultation, he received a notification on his phone, a breaking news alert. Elysium Tech CEO Dr. Silas Kane announces a new initiative to improve client safety. In a surprising turn, he invites the community to participate in a panel discussion about enhancements and their implications. Max's stomach dropped. "They're trying to play nice," he muttered, glancing at Gigi and Nina, who were both reading over his shoulder. "This can't be good." Nina crossed her arms, her expression serious. "This is a PR move. They want to downplay the backlash and control the narrative before it spirals further out of their grasp." Gigi frowned. "But what if they're sincere? Maybe they actually want to hear what people have to say." Max shook his head, anxiety bubbling within him. "I don't trust it. We need to go to this panel. If they're trying to spin their image, we can't let them dictate the conversation." The panel discussion was set for the following week, and the trio prepared meticulously. They reviewed data on client experiences, gathered testimonials, and devised strategies for responding to any potential corporate spin. The day of the panel arrived, and they entered the auditorium, a sleek modern space filled with bright lights and cameras. Max felt a mix of excitement and dread as he scanned the audience, spotting familiar faces from their growing community. As the panel began, Dr. Kane took the stage, exuding charisma. He opened with a polished speech about the benefits of enhancements and the importance of client safety. The audience listened, some captivated, others skeptical. When it was their turn to speak, Max stepped forward, determined to represent the voices of those who had felt silenced. He presented the evidence they had collected, recounting the testimonies of clients who had faced dire consequences from their enhancements. "While we appreciate the need for safety," Max addressed the audience, "the question remains, who decides what's safe? When do enhancements stop being about individual choice and start becoming a corporate mandate? We need to ensure that client voices are at the forefront of this conversation, not just a corporate agenda." Nina followed, passionately detailing their vision for responsible enhancements, weaving in stories from their community that highlighted the importance of individuality. "We're not against technology, we're against losing ourselves in the process. Enhancements should enhance our humanity, not strip it away." As they spoke, Max felt the energy shift in the room. The audience began to resonate with their message, murmurs of agreement rippling through the crowd. Even some Elysium employees in attendance appeared visibly uncomfortable, shifting in their seats. Dr. Kane watched, his expression darkening as he attempted to regain control. "This isn't about choosing sides. It's about collaboration. We want to ensure that all enhancements are beneficial for everyone involved." Max seized the moment. "But the problem isn't collaboration, it's transparency. We deserve to know the real risks associated with these technologies. Without that, how can we make informed choices?" The back and forth continued, tension rising as the audience became more engaged. Max could see the community rallying around them, eager to voice their concerns, and it felt like they were on the cusp of a breakthrough. As the panel wrapped up, it was clear that Max, Gigi, and Nina had made an impact. The crowd buzzed with conversation, and people approached them, eager to learn more about their movement and how they could get involved. But just as Max felt a swell of victory, he caught sight of Dr. Kane, his face a mask of fury. He leaned over to his associates, whispering heatedly, and Max knew this wasn't over. In the days that followed, the aftermath of the panel discussion reverberated throughout the city. Social media exploded with debates, and people began sharing their own experiences with Elysium Tech, both positive and negative. Max watched as more clients sought out VOS enhancements, eager to embrace their identities rather than submit to the pressures of conformity, but it wasn't long before Kane made his move. One evening, as Max was closing up the clinic, he received a phone call from a distraught client. "Max, you have to help me. They've sent people to my house. They're threatening me about speaking out." "Stay calm. Can you tell me what they said?" Max replied, his heart racing. "They said if I don't retract my statement about Elysium, they'll make sure I never get another enhancement again. They're trying to intimidate me." Max felt a chill creep down his spine. "I'll be right over. Don't engage with them, just keep your door locked." When he arrived at the client's apartment, a sense of dread washed over him. He knocked frantically, and the door swung open to reveal a terrified face. "They were here, Max. I'm scared." Max's mind raced. "We need to document this. Every interaction, every threat. This is bigger than just us. If Elysium is resorting to intimidation tactics, it means we're getting under their skin." They began to compile evidence, recording statements and gathering messages from other clients who had faced similar threats. The more they uncovered, the clearer it became. Elysium Tech was desperate to maintain control, and they would stop at nothing to silence dissent. "Max, we need to go public," Nina said, her voice steady despite the urgency of the situation. "We have the proof now. This isn't just about enhancements anymore, it's about standing up against intimidation." Max nodded, determination solidifying within him. "We'll hold a press conference. We'll expose their tactics, their threats. We're not going to let them bully us into silence." As they prepared for the conference, the weight of the moment settled on Max's shoulders. This was a turning point, a chance to shine a light on the darkness that lay beneath Elysium's polished exterior. They reached out to journalists, setting the stage for an event that would rally their community and spread their message far and wide. On the day of the press conference, the clinic was packed. Max, Gigi, and Nina stood at the front, their resolve palpable. As cameras clicked and reporters settled in, Max took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. "Thank you all for coming," he began, his voice steady. "Today, we stand united against not just a corporation, but against a culture that prioritizes profit over people. Elysium Tech has resorted to intimidation, attempting to silence the voices of those who seek to speak their truth. We will not be intimidated. We will not back down." As he spoke, he shared stories from their clients, recounting the threats and intimidation tactics that had emerged. The audience listened intently, expressions of shock and anger spreading among them. Gigi took her turn, her passion shining through. "This isn't just about enhancements, it's about empowerment. We must support one another and refuse to let fear dictate our choices. We can reclaim our narrative." The conference turned into a powerful rally, with clients and supporters sharing their own stories, emboldened by the solidarity they felt in the room. As the event wrapped up, the sense of unity was electric, and Max knew they were on the right path. In the days that followed, the impact of the press conference rippled through the city. Elysium Tech's tactics were exposed, and public outrage began to swell. But just as the tide seemed to be turning in their favor, Max received a message that sent a chill down his spine. It was from a local journalist, tipped off about a planned retaliatory strike by Elysium. "Max, they're planning to undermine your credibility. I've heard whispers of a smear campaign aimed at discrediting you and the movement. Be careful." Max's heart raced as he shared the news with Nina and Gigi. "We need to be ready for whatever they throw at us. We can't let them divide us." As they strategized, Max felt a fierce determination rise within him. They had come too far to back down now. He rallied the community, encouraging them to share their stories and experiences, creating a strong network that would stand together against any attempt to silence them. The next few weeks became a whirlwind of activity. The community worked tirelessly, creating content, sharing stories, and strengthening their bonds. They organized events, workshops, and forums to discuss ethical enhancements, focusing on the importance of individual choice. Then came the day of reckoning. Elysium Tech announced a massive PR blitz, unveiling new, community engagement initiatives that were little more than a facade designed to cover up their malicious tactics. But the community was ready. At a press event where Kane sought to portray himself as a champion of client safety, Mechs and his supporters were present, armed with their evidence and determination. As Kane spoke, Mechs stood in the front row, ready to confront the CEO. The moment came when Kane declared, "We are committed to listening to our clients and ensuring their voices are heard." Mechs seized the opportunity. "Is that why you've been sending people to threaten and intimidate us? We have the proof, Silas. You can't silence us anymore." The crowd erupted in murmurs, the tension palpable. Cameras swung toward Mechs as he presented the documentation of threats, the community's stories, and the very real consequences of Elysium's actions. Kane's facade began to crack as he attempted to dismiss Mechs's claims, but the tide had turned. Members of the audience, emboldened by Mechs's courage, began to share their own experiences with intimidation and fear, exposing the truth behind Elysium Tech's hollow promises. As the event unfolded, it became a turning point in the narrative. The public, once captivated by Elysium's charm, began to see through the deception, rallying behind Mechs and the movement for ethical enhancements. In the weeks that followed, the pressure on Elysium Tech intensified. Investigations were launched, and the community united like never before, advocating for real change in the industry. Mechs felt a sense of pride and fulfillment as he watched the movement flourish, transforming from a small clinic into a powerful force for good. And as they gathered for their community workshops, laughter and creativity filled the air. Gigi led a session on self-expression through enhancements, while Nina facilitated discussions on responsible technology use. Mechs wandered through the crowd, soaking in the joy and camaraderie around him, but just as the atmosphere reached a peak of positivity, an unexpected message landed in Mechs's inbox. It was a cryptic note from an anonymous source, warning him of a final ploy by Elysium, a plan to undermine everything they had built. Mechs felt a chill run down his spine. They had come so far, and now, with everything hanging in the balance, it was clear that the battle wasn't over yet. As he shared the news with Nina and Gigi, they exchanged determined looks. "We need to be ready for anything," Mechs said, his resolve solidifying. "Whatever they throw at us, we'll face it together. We're not backing down." With the community rallying behind them, Mechs knew they could withstand whatever Elysium Tech devised. They were a united front, a movement fueled by passion, authenticity, and the unwavering belief that individuality was worth fighting for. In the heart of the city, where technology intertwined with humanity, Mechs realized that their struggle was more than a fight against corporate greed. It was a celebration of what it meant to be human, quirky and flawed, but fiercely alive. And as the sun set on another day of resilience, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Together, they would continue to forge a future where enhancements uplifted rather than erased the essence of humanity. Mechs took a deep breath, ready to embrace the challenges ahead, knowing that no matter what happened, they were in this together. The fight for their humanity had just begun.